Yes, I'm ready.
Everyone's ready.
Yes.
WheatTon, I have a question for you though.
All right, what is your question?
Are you ready?
I think I'm ready.
Did you tell
I'm
your
so
mom and your
stupid.
grandma that you're ready?
I already told them.
Okay.
Already?
Yeah, I told them whenever I was getting the cookie.
All right, we're all ready.
We're all ready.
Ready.
Okay, so last
Yeah.
time on Dungeons and WheatTons, you managed to finish off Sheotath collecting a trophy in the form of her severed head. And her entire body, actually, as it is taped to Natus with scotch tape, not duct. Not really. But you tied her body to Natus, you wrapped up her head, and then you began to search the cave after a short rest. After finding a map and a couple of gold pieces and oil flasks on some of the broken statues, as well as a strange red-colored rake with protrusions on the end of the rake part. Coming out hooked protrusions.
That's another part of what's his name, is it?
I don't know who's his name. But you showed everybody the map, Cornelius, and had a bit of a talk about which way to go, whether you were going to go out the front where you were and try to get to the goblin town that way, or try to find this underground pathway, which you found in one of the pools of water. After some good quick thinking, you tied a rope to Natus, and everyone grabbed onto said rope and had him mush as fast as possible, running through the underwater tunnel.
We're all still thankful he got over his fear.
If talking about Dominicus, he is not over that fear. He failed his thing and had to hold on for dear life.
Wait, I thought Navis was the one that was afraid.
No, Dominicus is the one that was afraid.
Jesus Christ, this guy's afraid of everything.
Why would Natus be afraid of water? Dominicus is the cat.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like rhinos, like, go submerging themselves or go for underwater adventures.
Natus
not
isn't
typically
afraid of
underwater, swim
anything
pretty
except
well.
except bondage
Hmm.
and BDSM.
Especially.
Like bondage. I can understand.
It kind of makes me wonder if Natus were to walk into like a brothel or something, like, and see just a person like bound and getting flogged, would he try to kill the dominatrix?
Possibly. Like, you would just see these crazy eyes.
Like, what am I witnessing?
Robin might have done that too.
But anyway, Natus pulled you through the underwater cave filled with goblin statues. After a quick resuscitation of Varsum, who almost drowned, it seems that his father will probably do anything for you guys after saving his son so many times.
Even when he couldn't.
Will he give us his son?
He won't give him to you, no, but
Give us your son.
So we have to do a blood ritual soon, and you know, it requires the blood of a little child.
I don't remember
said
that,
anything.
but if it must be done, I will let you guys talk about it whenever you get to it. But
With the
anyway,
sacrifice to the pixie gods, we will have unlimited pixie dust.
after a while of walking, after emerging from the water, you find a pool in a circular carved out room, which has a hatch up above that you could hear goblins arguing from. For that hatch swung open, and a bucket was lowered
Yes.
down on a rope. Prisma, thinking, man, this'll be great, poured some Medusa venom into it,
Only a drop,
because
though.
only a drop, which I don't know if that's a pretty big, it's a pretty big cauldron. I don't know if that'll be enough with all that water, you know?
I tried.
Well, they'll certainly have them doubled over, riding the holy pine, as it were.
Might give them a squirts a little bit, but
Hey, it'll make more goblin diarrhea.
yeah, which is poison,
Yeah.
which they use.
So you gave them more ammo.
Oops. You quit laughing at me.
But anyway, Prisma was searching around the Gobtown, looking for a way to get the others up so that you could possibly sneak around or just all-out war some people. But
Yes, let's
anyway,
tiny
yeah.
all-out war.
Anyway, Prisma, you are invisible. You are flying around.
Yeah.
And everybody else is in the hole. Who would like to start today?
Let's start with the people in the hole.
All right, everybody in the hole.
We're stuck in this hole.
You
What's
see,
Prisma doing?
you see. Well, I was gonna say you watch as Prisma goes invisible, and then you can hear her voice say, "I'll be right back" or something. I don't remember exactly what she said.
I said, I'll try to find a way up that way.
What?
All right. So they want to know what Prisma's doing. And Prisma wants to know what they're doing in the hole.
Well, we might have a more exciting adventure right now.
I think that we're just gonna get caught in a loop of what the others are doing.
Like, I wonder what the others are doing. That's all Season wonders.
About to do your job.
Yeah, so you have found the giant cauldron that they are boiling, and they're throwing rocks and vegetables into, as well as if you were to go up closer, you would see that they're making the broth with human bones.
Ooh.
Oh, good. So they can subsist on the already dead.
Yeah. You left the room that had the well hatch in it. There was a ladder in there that you could drop down for maintenance if you can somehow find a way to. As well, there is just a bucket tied to a rope that is tied to a bar on the outside of it as well. I kind of forgot to mention that because I thought it was obvious, but yeah. So,
That's perfect for Natus.
yeah, it does seem perfect for Natus. So,
I
what
gotta
would you
thought
like
on
to
how to
do?
get the rest of us up there.
Cornelius, you know how to
Pixie
get the rest
dust?
of you up there?
Yeah, well, see, they've got a ladder to go down, but it's at the top of there, right?
Yes.
Well, what if they send the bucket down and it gets caught on something and they can't pull it up? They'd have to go down there to untangle it, wouldn't they?
Nah,
They
they
sure
would.
would.
That's true,
So-
but the problem then is, what of Prisma?
Yeah,
What's
but
she doing?
it seems like they have enough water. They haven't been coming back for water since Prisma left.
Ah, shame. I guess we missed our shot on that one.
Is anyone near the hatch right now in terms of goblins?
No?
Can I try and lift the hatch myself?
Give me an athletics check.
Okay.
I know it sucks, right?
It does. You gotta give me something that I'm really not good at.
You ask for something that you're not good at. Well, actually, what's your carry weight?
My
Like
carry?
10.
Yeah, so what's your strength times 15 and then halved?
My strength is
If you say that out loud, I can do it for you.
13.
Times 15. Okay. 205. Wait. No. 195. There you go. I added 10.
And then halved because you're tiny.
That is 97.5.
All right, then you'll be able to lift it, no problem.
Okay, so I lift the hatch then. And I open it.
All right, and how forcefully are you doing this?
I'm doing it as quietly as I can while still pushing on this hatch with my tiny self.
They disapprove. But yeah, you
Okay,
open it
but
just
I-
fine. Got that pixie strength. You open it just fine. You let it rest.
You're rock and roll.
And let's see. I tell the others, hey, you guys can't by chance fly, can you?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm like, you guys can't by chance fly, can you?
I'm afraid none of the rest of us got wings.
I'll have you know, if I wasn't eating these fries, I'd totally respond to that. So let that be my excuse for not responding to that question.
I mean, we can't fly, but I can throw a rope up and you tie it around something.
That'll work.
Let's do it.
Cornelius will attempt to do that.
You could also just drop the bucket.
Oh, I
But
can do that.
That is equally true.
you can do
Crystal
whichever one you
will-
want.
Crystal will just push the bucket into the hole then.
That's not what we agreed on, whore.
All right,
And
so
I
go ahead.
I will attempt to climb up. My idea was to get Cornelius up so that he can let the ladder down so everybody else has an easier time.
I mean, she could have dropped left, too.
I don't know if I'm strong enough for the ladder. I
You
have to hook
got
it.
97 carry weight.
He said you have to hook it on.
Yeah, you drop
Oh,
it
yeah,
and it
no.
hooks. But if Cornelius is coming up there to do it, then you don't have to, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say Cornelius is gonna be up there shimmying his way up the rope from the bucket.
Oh, rabbits and their shimmying.
Well, from behind you can hear a bit of goblin gibberish.
She understands it though.
Yeah, she understands it.
What are they gibbering?
I'm trying to figure out what that shuffling is.
What?
That's him.
Oh my god. That's me trying to do the finishing move on the bag of potato chips. So it's not working out so well because it's not a conventional bag.
Hmm.
You know, because they have the. I don't know why they decided to change it, but it's like a resealable system, and it opens from the side instead of how all other potato chip bags work.
Okay, well, I'll wait until you're done.
Oh, all right then. Actually, I
That
could
way
just
we
mute for
can
you.
just listen to you munching and a
I'll
crunching
mute this.
and shuffling
mute
around in
this.
that bag.
Do you want this
Like
muted
no
or not?
punches and crunches. Poor
It would be
miserable
nice.
turd.
As long as you remember that you're muted next time you want to talk. But anyway, you can hear that's better than munching and crunching in my ear. I do not care if you type. You can hear the gobbies arguing back and forth. Hey, did you leave this door open? You gotta contaminate our water. It's like, it's in a hole. If it's gonna be contaminated, it's gonna be contaminated. Don't leave the door open. Prisma. One of them does not see you, but is coming.
Do they have a spice rack?
They do not have a spice rack in that room.
Do they have a spice rack in the room where they are?
The room where the cauldron is a big open area in the middle of a bunch of tents, actually. But they do have an assortment of skulls with holes tapped in them and false clay bottoms so that they basically just made pepper shakers out of some skulls and stuff.
Well, I look for something that I can, like, knock over that will distract them. That they have to clean up. So, I guess,
Alright, what's your passive perception?
my passive is 15.
15? Well, you would have to go out into the open room. There is nothing really that you can push over to make a distraction inside of the well room, but I think you're fast enough to get out there and push something over.
It's a good thing that they're likely to go look at what fell over and everything. So think, who did that? And then look around for something alive.
But yeah, there's some totems in the standing up. They're not like dug into the ground or anything since the ground is rock. So they would be pretty easy to knock over. There's your choice of their little spice rack. They also have a couple of hanging torches that are oil lamps. Sorry, not torches. In those same clay-ish pots. So you can choose one of those.
I'll I'll knock over the lantern.
Will you help your uncle jack off first?
You'll knock over the lantern?
Yeah.
All right. Well, it is tied up, so I'm going to say that you'll probably pull out your little candy dagger and start cutting through it.
Well, Whitney wants to go throw up. Not bad, not bad. Some respect.
Wow. The fact that she was able to like type it before she had to run away is
Yeah.
pretty impressive. Usually whenever I have to throw up like that, I'm just like
Yeah.
All right,
she's
so-
over anything.
So Cornelius, you can hear the dude. What's going on in your head as he's coming closer?
Well, I'm wondering if I have time to shimmy up the rope and hide.
It's a pretty long rope. And do you have a climbing speed?
Isn't that... I haven't even know people have climbing speeds.
People can have climbing speeds.
Is it relative to their movement speed?
If you have a climbing speed, it'll tell you how much it is, or it'll be equal to your movement speed. If you don't have a climbing speed, climbing will take half your movement, basically just like difficult terrain. And
I assume
if
Natus
it's
doesn't have a climbing speed.
no, Natus would not have a climbing speed. In fact, I don't think he would even be able to climb like rock climb stuff unless it's depending on the steepness of it.
Yeah.
Like if it's a sheer rock wall where you could like rock climb it, he wouldn't be able to get up it. But he would be able to stamp his way up a pretty steep hill. You know? But yeah, if you don't have a climbing speed, it'll be half your movement, and it is what did I say, 20 feet up?
Thanks.
Okay. And his movement halved is like 15, right?
Yeah. So I don't know, dash action would be able to get you up there.
Hey.
Especially you got them good old thumpers to help you get up there. Rabbit
I
feet.
will absolutely attempt it.
Well, I would just say that you're able to do that if you use your action to dash climb up the rope.
Yes,
So we're
I
by
shall
the
in fact
cauldron,
use my
right?
action to dash up the rope.
Yeah, Wheat was particularly cross with how I want to throw a dice roll and everything.
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
This goes way back. This is before you, Wheat. You know, you were involved. It was before you. Sense, I make a lot of it.
Ah. But anyway, you get up there. Since you had to dash, you won't be able to technically hide. Like you use the hide action, but once you get into the room, you see it's pretty barren except for the curtains over the door, and the ladder in the corner. And the curtains are slightly open, so that's why they were able to see through them.
The lid to the hole where the well is that on a hinge and leaning against the wall?
It is.
I am going to slink behind that.
Ugh.
All right. Well, that would be That would be total cover.
Are you okay, Whitney?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm,
you
I'm good.
And because the Gobby was distracted.
Oh, I distracted the goblin?
Oh no, he was distracted yelling back and forth, and then you went to cut the thing, and then everyone was like, she's going to go throw up. And I was like, okay, well, Cornelius, what's up with you? But you were cutting the oil lamp because, you know, it's a hanging oil lamp by a rope. Via rope.
Yeah, they'll think that it just snapped, maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, let me cut that.
Except for the person that it lands on, he's just gonna be like, ah! Instead of wondering if it snapped.
Yeah.
Chris
Well,
will be
that's
like,
a concern.
oops,
Yeah,
sorry.
you fly up and you can see one of the shaman stirring with a big old spoon in that cauldron. You cut that rope holding the oil lantern, and it falls and breaks over his head. And he begins to just rolling on the ground and running back and forth. And Cornelius, you could see as the one that it was about to go in there to shut the door turns around with all of that commotion and runs back out of the room.
Yay, I did it.
I am going to slink out and let the ladder down.
All right, everyone in the hole you see as a ladder descends. And it hooks on at the top so that you can just kind of leave it there.
Fuck.
So since Prisma's out here waiting, and you said that there's like the cauldron area has a bunch of tents. Is there like an area where they're keeping the prisoners for their food?
Well, you haven't found them yet.
Well,
But-
while I wait for the others to climb, I will look for them, since I'm invisible.
All right, well, while you're flying around, you notice that the series of caves are all open to look out over the Pennici Pass. Kind of like windows, but, you know, really, really big ones. And the caves seem to be dug out and layered on top of each other. Kind of in like a honeycomb-esque pattern.
So it's like we're in a big beehive.
A little bit. But it's just like dug into the side of a wall of stone. It seems like all the goblins are having a pretty jolly time. It seems like they think they kind of won the invasion in the fight that they kind of started, but they didn't know that they started it because, I mean, you saw that dude lead them to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see as some goblins are dancing around, doing some war dancing. Off to the side, you can see some ogres with those chains and metal spikes stuck into their necks, enjoying a bite of goat. As you fly around, you find a little farm area where they raise farm animals. More tents, which just seem kind of like their living quarters. And as you fly around, you see an encased area dug into the ground. It's pretty squared off. And there are a bunch of goblins just kind of surrounding that area and cheering. And as you look inside, you can see one of the civilians fighting against an ogre. But the civilian does not last long as he gets smashed into the ground by the ogre's large fist. And you can hear the sound of chains as a gate is let up. And some goblins rush out, scoop up the corpse, putting him in buckets. And the one carrying the bucket of corpse walks in front of the other one, who seems to be pouring some kind of powder on it. The goblins leave the area, and another gate opens, and another armed civilian comes out. So you may have found a clue as to where the civilian army is.
They're gonna make them battle ogres until they're pounded into fresh meat.
All tenderized.
I better
Yummy.
go find the others and kill them. I returned to go and check to see if everybody's made it out of the hole yet.
Wow.
I think
Really?
I think they would be a little busy. While you are doing that, let's go back in time a tad and see what they're doing.
Yeah.
So Cornelius, you were able to get up there. You don't know where Prisma is, but you know that she apparently lit someone on fire.
Yay me.
And you hop out of hiding, and you throw that ladder down there. And you can hear footsteps coming closer. In a pretty hurried manner. What would you do? What would you like to do?
I am going to stack up against the doorway, which is to say I am going to move to the entrance of the well area where the cave area where the well is, and press myself flat against the wall.
All right. Well, as you do that, you see as one of the goblins runs in, starts grabbing for the bucket, and sees that it's already down the hole and that the ladder is there as well. And he
I'm
just
going to shove
begins.
him.
Okay, you're gonna shove him?
Yeah, I'm going to shove him from behind.
All right. He was just gonna start reeling in the bucket for some water, but all right, I'll need an athletics check, and I'll give you advantage on this one because he is unawares of you.
Oh, come on, really?
You got advantage.
And since he is unaware of you, he will use strength as well.
Ah,
That's a sturdy
Well, that's
goblin.
unfortunate.
that is a sturdy goblin.
Yeah, he kind of gets caught up on the lip of the hatch because it's not like dug into it. It's got a raised little entrance to it.
Use those rabbit feet. Jump on him. Push him in.
So
Yeah, stomp
he
them
feels you
too.
push him from behind, and he kind of goes and drops the bucket, and then he turns around
Ah!
and he draws his scimitar.
Punch him in again.
And he is
It's not
going
like
to
he's
swing at you and begin to scream something. But I will allow you to have a reaction should you have a reaction for this.
I was thinking, can I drop down onto my back and kick him with my legs? Just try and brute force him into the hole.
I'm going to say that he'll still get the attack off, but I will allow you to do that.
That hits.
All right. So you will take 8 slashing damage as you are trying to kick him into the hole. That will be another athletics check, though. And since he's kind of up against everything. All right. He gets you as you kick him in the stomach. His arm kind of flings forward. So it's not like he got you with his own skill or anything. You kind of helped him out by having him go and it just whips his arm forward with his scimitar. The kick in the stomach, I would also say, kind of knocks the air out of him, so he was unable to get what he was yelling out in time. You might have heard a "Gutrak," and everyone else in the hole can see a goblin fall into the water.
Yeah, this
Who has
is
a
just pounce on
spear?
him.
You gonna cannonball him?
Yeah, just as soon as he's greenskin.
Whoa, we're in 2022, my good sir. Let's not call him a greenskin here.
All right, you jump in.
Get him.
You belly flop on the goblin that swims to the surface and kind of takes up only to see a rhino stomach coming down on him.
Does he drown or suffocate?
I'm just gonna say that he I'm just gonna say that this goblin was really unlucky because he's had a rough couple of seconds. And I'm just gonna say that Natus knocks him out in the water.
And I just stay sitting on him, and then I just sit there and look at everyone, waggling my ears.
Yeah, it doesn't take
Yeah, he
long
done
before the
good.
bubbles stop coming up.
Well. Good job, Natus.
The rhino farted.
Well, that'll be the goblin's problem.
Yeah.
Well, actually, if Vitari says good boy Natus, I will kind of like bring to life a little bit and approach him with a little swag.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no,
Mating
beware
call.
the swag.
I just give him a little scratch on his head and chin. Like,
He's like right next to you, just staring at you.
so if I can find some snacks for you, I will.
I don't think Vitari has any snacks on him though.
Yeah, I got them rations. I don't know if that's great for you.
But yeah, what is everyone doing now as they have just taken out a goblin?
Probably, probably ask if it's clear up there.
I'm kind of still strapped to the rhino.
Dimitri and Phineas would already be climbing that ladder, though. Dimitri would, of course, be going first. That way you may follow in his footsteps should you wish.
Oh,
Yeah.
this guy, he's gonna be a bundle of joy.
Follow him up there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lean it over the hole and wave everybody up to give them an indication that it's all clear.
All right. Other than Natus, everybody can get up there just fine. I doubt Dominicus would leave Natus, though.
Yeah.
But you could feel free to change that if you wish.
I'll probably look around for
Just my assumption.
what we need.
We could get a crane and lift him up.
Oh yeah.
But you can hear, I don't think anyone else besides Prisma can speak Goblin. Goblinese, right?
Goblinese.
Not I.
Well, you guys can hear some screaming of, "Oh, daddy! Oh, daddy!" And you can hear another set of footprints coming.
All right, more people coming.
If you peek outside, you can see that the goblin that was on fire has been patted out with a blanket. But they're probably still wanting some water to try to cool the wounds.
Well, nobody has a disguise just to like quickly hand off some water for them.
That's an SOL right there.
If we leave the bucket of water right outside the door.
You'd have to try it.
Alright.
It's like maybe if we just
Yeah,
leave it
alright.
there, they won't come in.
I'll try it. At least it'll buy a little bit of time.
Something.
Maybe.
Alright, so you reel in a bucket of water.
Reel in and leave the bucket just outside that door.
The bucket with the rope on it.
Yeah, is there another bucket?
Yeah, there's another bucket that's not tied down for
Yeah.
transporting the
Well,
water.
Probably the one that isn't tied down. Leave
All
that
right.
one out there.
You rush over. You put just that one hand outside and drop that bucket of water.
Alright. Yeah.
The goblin was already on his way, so he sees the hand, the non-goblin hand, reach out of the water.
Like push it out of there.
And he kind of stops.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure does.
Yeah,
I don't think it
he's
would
gonna
take
draw
much
his
intelligence.
scimitar. And he makes this kind of sound like, oh, oh. And you can hear as some more footsteps come around.
Maybe.
They're not going in. And I assume that you guys are kind of like around the corners, but you can be standing wherever you want. There's enough room for all of you to
Is the
hide
ladder
behind
still
the
down there?
walls. Huh?
Is the ladder still down the well?
The ladder is still down the well.
Okay. Like I said, I was strapped to the rhino.
I know.
Yeah.
Are you going to unstrap yourself and climb up the ladder?
That depends. If I see that someone starts fiddling with the ladder, I'm going to grab onto that ladder. But until then,
Unless
kind of just...
unless any of your party members decide to mess with that ladder, it's not moving.
Yeah, that's the idea. Or the hope, rather.
So yeah, I would say that Cornelius going first, Dimitri, Phineas, Vitari is up there, obviously. Varsum would probably have gone with his dad as well, and Okrith would probably stay down there for just a little while. But he would be on his way while all that's happening. That would leave Dominicus, Natus, and Sigismund.
What is our goal? Is everyone getting beat up?
We're not in battle at the moment. Yeah.
Well, but we might be found out here pretty soon.
Can we knock over the
All
big
because
cauldron
of
to
Atari.
boil the goblins?
You could, but you'd have to get out there with it first.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now you guys are just still in the well room. And goblins have kind of surrounded the door a little bit, but they're not going in. And Dominicus, you are still down in the well because Natus can't get up there. And I would assume that you wouldn't leave him down there.
Well, no.
But yeah, they begin to surround the outside of the door, keeping a good distance between it as well. They're not getting too close to it. And those who are peering out or peering to the side, like to the cracks of the curtain door, you can see that the goblin who noticed Vitari's hand pushing out the bucket is kind of waving his sword in a come out kind of thing as he's yelling. Can't understand what he's yelling, but seems like he's gesturing for you to come out. That much is clear.
Well. Nobody have anything special they can use right now?
Not to my knowledge.
And not a quick way to get that rhino up here.
Have we like explored what other options there are around in this deep well?
Sir WheatTon?
The other options around in that deep well are go back the way you came and go to the next town instead of the goblin stronghold. Yeah, it's just a spherical room with a pool of water in it.
The cauldron?
No, the well that you guys are in.
Oh,
You're in the goblin's
What is
water
the ladder
supply
made of?
right now.
what is the ladder made of?
Wood.
Oh, never mind.
It's a wooden ladder.
How
Well,
much
we
can
get
it
back
support,
on
would
it.
you say?
I don't know. Because it seems to be tied together with twine of some sort
Is it like a
as well.
bamboo type ladder?
I would say that it would be close in consistency to bamboo, but it's not bamboo, if that makes sense.
So
I don't know how
theoretically-
well they'd be able to grow bamboo as a goblin town, you know?
Okay, so Dominicus will climb up the ladder all sneaky like, with an apple in hand. And at the top of the ladder, I'll say, "Let's go, Natus," like waving the apple to see if we can go up the ladder.
Just imagining the rhino like this.
Yeah, I start like bouncing about and like I'm not sure of the ladder, so I'm like putting like one hoof on it and then swapping the hooves around and not knowing what to do, but I'm trying to get that apple.
Yeah, he would try to stick his hooves up there on that ladder, try to kind of go up the slight slant of it. But yeah, that ladder's gonna break under his weight. And he begins to fall into the water again.
Did the ladder break?
Yes, the ladder did break.
Like the bottom of it?
Yeah, it could. You could still use the top of it, but the rungs are definitely broke.
Because this is the adventure of Rhino and the puppet.
Yeah, it was such a good idea to have like a 2-ton character in the beginning.
If only we had the fly spell.
If only.
If only.
Right, so I'm thinking that like I wouldn't just give up. So unless you give me that apple, I'm gonna keep trying with the ladder, like jumping a bit higher and a bit more confident each time. I'm gonna wreck that ladder unless I get that apple.
You're gonna run out of apples.
Oh yeah, the apple's the concern here. Got it.
Outside, while this is happening, it seems like the goblins are getting a little impatient. And the goblin at the front waves over to someone else. And is handed a clay pot.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
You guys don't want to torch your kitchen, do you?
Well, it seems like he's threatening it to throw it in if the demand to come out is not met.
What?
I mean, I do have 2 flasks of oil. I'm pretty sure we can do something about those guys standing directly outside in the doorway. I have 2 flasks of oil, a torch, and a tinderbox. Seems like that problem solves itself. And since we're already made, there's no reason not to light the torch.
Yeah.
You make a fair argument, Griffin.
Okay.
Also, it's like, how many people there right now? It's, 3? If you exclude Prisma, who has gone somewhere.
No, we got Vitari, Cornelius, Dimitri, Phineas, Tolston, and Varsum. And
Okay, so-
Okrith was on his way up whenever he started hearing all that stuff and just stopped. So that would also mean that Dominicus, whenever you started climbing up and trying to get Natus to climb, Okrith was above you on the ladder.
You patted that butt on your way up.
So do we fall?
No, it's just like chipping away at the bottom part of it.
Okay, to get him to stop, I'll just toss him down the apple.
Good idea. And then I'll go bobbing for the apple. Like, I don't catch it or anything. It actually, like, keeps getting away from me in the water.
It's all like better.
Can y'all get some ropes, put it around Natus, and maybe try to pick him up here?
I'm the M&M, right?
Maybe with a combined effort, we can all pull him up here.
He weighs 5,000 or 4,000 pounds, right?
Ah!
I don't think any of us can
Yeah.
carry that.
I guess this is
Not
where we're
even
gonna
combined?
spend the next...
Combined, maybe?
We could
I mean, if I
try.
go up a size class,
Yeah, you would be able to double
or
yours.
2.
Only if Prisma helps us will we be able to.
Yeah, sure. We could like sit around for a week while she makes more pixie dust.
Well, I don't think we got time for that.
So I'm just gonna like go down the ladder a bit and like pat on his forehead and just say "Stay boy,"
Okay.
and then I'll go up with
Okay, back.
Akroth and we'll try to proceed.
Because
All
we're
right.
neutral, isn't it?
Well,
You guys are banning us because we're true neutral, isn't it?
Okrith will kind of peek
Or
over.
Akra, sorry.
He'll kind of peek over. And he'll let you know what's going on down there. He's like, looks like everybody's kind of stuck with goblins outside the door.
I'll ask him, is this a lost cause? Should we just head to the town?
Well, I don't believe in lost causes, so my answer's no.
Rats.
Everybody that's in the room as well is seeing Dimitri get visibly more impatient by this.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and light a torch, and then if I've got the opportunity, pop an oil flask out past the door flaps.
I would say that you would be able to throw one at a time, but somebody else would be able to light it.
Yeah.
I'll hold the torch and light it so you can.
Oh,
Throw it.
awesome.
The cleric
So I'm gonna
alive
try and
is gonna
toss-
light up the oil.
I'm gonna go ahead and toss that oil flask so that it shatters basically at the feet of the guys assembled outside the door flaps.
All right, so not at a target creature at the floor.
Yes, at the floor, at their location.
All right.
My plan is to set the bunch of them on fire rather than just one guy.
Well, they are a few feet away, so They are more than like 10 feet away, so I'll need a ranged attack as an improvised weapon. So you won't have proficiency with it unless you have like Tavern Brawler or something.
So that'd just be plain D20.
Plus your strength or dexterity.
Oh, awesome. Okay, that's not exactly inspiring.
Oh,
Yeah, the flask is thrown. It shatters on the ground, but the goblins back up to the sound. You could still light it, and it may help, but it is not going to stop them from throwing their clay pot into the room with you.
Actually, here's an idea. They're holding that clay pot, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Can I shoot that clay pot with my crossbow?
I would say the time has kind of ended for that, since you already threw the oil. But if anybody else is able to do that, and I would allow them to do it.
Have Larson do it with his sling.
with his.
All right, who's controlling Varsum?
Was me.
I would say
Somebody else,
it's gonna be the same AC as the Goblin, though.
Ooh, that's gonna be tough for a villager to beat, but Barson can probably do it. He's our only hope.
I mean, Dominicus has got throwing axes.
Oh, throwing axes would be perfect.
But he's not up there.
Can I try throwing my spear?
I would allow you to throw your spear instead of the torch.
Yeah. Each I aim
It's
for the
just-
pot in their hand.
It's like one of those spear toss events.
I don't.
Just shoo!
A roll different or just one of my spear attacks?
It would be one of your spear attacks. It's the same thing.
Well, this will technically be one-handed, right? So.
Actually, that's a spear, not a javelin, right?
Yeah, it's a spear.
All right, it's thrown. It's got thrown properties, so yeah.
Okay.
And he's
so-
within your range.
All right, then rearing back.
All right.
That's great.
You have
That's
lost
cool.
your spear, and you will have to go pick it up.
Well, I can just reappear it if I have, because I have the nail in it.
I guess it's down to Barson, huh?
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's I was willing to throw it. All right. Somebody have Marsim, or should I pop him up, or?
Yeah. Whoever wants
All
to
right,
take over Varsum this session.
I got him. Here we go. Sling it down.
All right. They're
What is
tired
that
of you
big
throwing stuff, but I think they can tell that you're trying to aim for the pot in their hand now.
Oh, that's it. Yep. All
Have
right.
I heard this commotion since, I said I was coming back?
I think that you would probably be back by now, yeah. And you would see that.
Can I try?
Sure, go ahead. But I think this is going to be the last one. All right, so you're
Probably.
shooting the clay pot?
Yep.
All right. The clay pot shatters, and the goblin that was about to throw it is now covered in these tiny grub worms. He falls onto his back and begins to roll around. And seems to be bleeding. Those grub worms disappear into his skin, and he stops moving and screaming.
Oh, he's having a good time.
Yeah, I
Another
think
one
also
takes his place and waves over another one. And they are about to throw it
I
in.
will throw that torch into that fire just in case the little things start to come over. Into the oil flask that was broken.
All right. Everybody kind of backs away from the goblin that had the clay pot originally. And he is bursts into flame with the oil beneath him. Now there is a flaming goblin pyre in between the other goblins and you.
At least that kills the nasty bugs, right?
And gives me an opportunity. See, I have a rake, a potentially magic rake that is almost certainly cursed, but I could use it and flip the body at them.
Yeah.
If you
Actually, I'm wondering if I should go giant size and just like full on hockey slap shot it at them.
You most likely wouldn't be able to fit through the door as easily to just get that smooth motion, but you could do that. It would be smoother and probably easier if you were to leave giant and then slap shot. But yeah. Anybody else?
I'm gonna stay invisible and see what happens from here.
All right, Dimitri is going to look at Phineas and say, "Are we ready yet?" "I think we're ready." And Phineas will be like, "Sir, I don't know about that." But he's going to have to follow him, as Dimitri is going to just go out if no one stops him.
Oh, I'm gonna be right behind him, but I'm sure not stopping him.
All right, well, Dimitri will walk through that curtain, pulling his white iron dagger from its sheath, and he will let out a thunderclap in front of him, making sure to keep away from everyone else, just so you know. Why is that doing an attack roll?
I'll show spell description.
Pretty sure it's a saving throw. Yeah. But anyway, he gets right up close to the group of goblins. There we go. Let's change this to a saving throw. Alright. Test it. There we go. That's not right.
Did you link it to the proper stat?
No, I did not.
Yeah, that should be DC 15.
There we go.
So we should go with the damage that's for the proper one.
Yeah, we're gonna go for the first damage, the 5, but he technically gets to add his intelligence, so +8, and increase it by an extra die. Doo-doo-doo. All right, so 5 plus 8 is what he will
23.
do. And everyone within 5 feet of him, except for you guys, of course, because he was far enough away. And I'll say there's 3 people within 5 feet of him. Fail. Succeed. Succeed. So he just lets out this boom of sound, and the closest goblin to him just bursts.
Wow.
Dang.
Phineas would then take that goblin's place in front of his master and swing his warhammer, dealing 5 bludgeoning damage. Not enough to kill one. Still. And this technically isn't combat, but...
A half-orc with a warhammer. There's just all kinds of spiritual reincarnations of everybody from the last campaign, isn't there?
There was a half-orc with a warhammer in the last campaign? Anyway, what would anybody else like to do?
Yeah. I'll follow them out. Get
Alright.
up to them and use channel divinity.
Alright.
And cast Radiance of Dawn.
I don't even know what that does. Present your holy symbol, and any magical darkness within 30 feet of you is dispelled. Additionally, each hostile creature within 30 feet of you must make a Constitution saving throw. A creature takes radiant damage equal to 2d10 plus your cleric level on a failed save. Alright. Within 30 feet of you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you have a possibility to kill all of them.
Alrighty. Well, plus 3, I believe. Oh, should probably put /roll before that. Roll.
Alright, I'm going to roll.
That's a lot of numbers.
There's a lot within your thing, so fail.
Alright.
Wait, what's your DC?
My DC, fuck.
It's probably 15.
13. It's 13.
Oh.
13. So one of them succeeds, takes half of that. Fail. Fail. Fail.
Fail! Fail!
Fail. Succeed. Succeed.
Alright.
All right. So
Yeah, you'll
A
see
number of-
Atari step out. Hands together, and just bright big light happens.
bright big light shines, and a number of goblins are burnt with this radiant light. Some of them just burn to a crisp and stop moving, but 3 of them are able to kind of like are burnt pretty badly, but they're still moving, and they're beginning to hobble off, trying to scream for help.
Well, if I can, I'll summon my spear back in my hands and go after him before they can do that. There are others.
Well, I've got a crossbow, so I'm going to try and shoot one of them in the back as he's fleeing.
All right, go for it.
I was gonna say, Barsum still has his sling. He's probably ready to go.
God damn it.
Sling it. Ah, damn it.
Yeah,
They bob and weave. As
yeah,
they run.
they're kind of like limping and kind of throwing themselves more than trying to dodge out of the way.
Yeah. Oh.
But they're able to kind of duck and weave those ranged attacks. And you see as
That's
they
all right,
disappear into the next cave.
No.
That's all right, though. After that thunderclap, every goblin within 100 meters knows we're here. So.
Probably.
Let them come. We will defeat them on their own ground.
Yeah. You still got a lot of spells and stuff you can do.
I never run out of spells.
First time for everything.
Sounds like Cap.
I only use cantrips.
He only uses cantrips.
That is the difference between me and another spellcaster. While you try to find your way to higher level spells, I master and improve what is considered a lower spellcasting form, bringing it up to my level.
You don't sound like you have a lot
Yawn.
of friends.
I don't need friends.
Oh, we all need friends.
This is not the time for this.
Well, either way, we should probably fetch the robot. So I'm going to go ahead and do that.
It's
All right.
the random. So.
Well, Dimitri would then, of course, say, Pixie, are you around? Have you had your fun with your scouting mission? I hear not the Pixie. It seems she has failed.
She's been
Charisma,
bobbled.
did you find where the people are?
I don't remember you ever giving it to me. Which you totally did.
Yes. Alright. Prisma, did you find where the people are?
I found where I think they are.
Guide us there.
Okay, follow me. Oh wait, you can't.
Yeah.
Prisma, as you are saying this, you can hear the goblins in the other cave screaming, Intruders! Arm the traps!
Uh-oh. They're about to start arming traps. They know you're here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a surprise.
I can't believe you killed everyone in the kitchen, though.
Yeah.
Although that does give me a good idea.
Yes.
See, they've got that big ass pot. If we push that ahead of us, no matter what trash they throw at us, it'll have to hit the pot first.
Yeah. How big's the pot?
Big enough to fit several people in it.
Yeah, 4 people. 4 people of medium size, more if they're smaller.
Isn't it full of water though?
I mean, it doesn't have to be.
I could tip it over. Dump that out.
I mean, we should probably tip it in the direction of the goblins since it's full of boiling water.
Yes.
There's also that open air, big old window that you can see to the side as well that overlooks the Pennici Pass.
Oh.
You are on the, what would be the ground floor. And the Prisma, what you could tell by the honeycombed shape kind of carved into this mountain is that you had to go to the second floor to find the arena that they were watching ogres just stomp dudes in.
I mean, we could always scale from the outside.
I shall relay that information to the others.
I was just letting you know that you could also pour it out the window, basically. I mean, it would just kind of roll down the ground, but you have other places to put that boiling water should you wish.
What's the slope of the floor like in the cave?
The slope of the floor is pretty even. It seems like they worked at it a good while, but you can see that from this room it goes up in a slope to the next floor.
Huh. So yeah, probably better to dump that water out the window. If we were going to use the pot for cover. If we plan on scaling from the outside, then all I have to do is use the pitons I have and the hammer to lay some anchors to tie my rope around, and then the rest of you can just climb up using the rope.
So, I think it might be good to get the rhino up there. I don't think we'd be finding a different exit. That's probably not the best one to take all those people through. 5-minute swim.
Then again, we do have everyone assembled, and if we were to tie a rope around Nidus, we could probably, with everybody pulling, haul him up.
I mean,
Then we could put the pot on Nidus and have him charge it up the ramp.
yeah, they have the easiest time pushing it. So let's try getting them up there.
Well, when you come back to me, I'm sitting there like a good boy. I did have a time limit to when I was going to start. Hang on, wait a minute.
I'm kind of just idled there.
You can just
Right
kind of
there,
hear the cry of "Don't leave me."
I mean, it's literally been seconds, has it not?
It hasn't been very long.
Yeah. So yeah.
I'm sure you heard that commotion though.
Yeah, I did. I was waiting for Dominicus's roar. Like, I heard the thunderclap. I considered triggering, but it's been seconds, and he's just told me to stay. He's just given me an apple. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
There does
Or
not
is-
seem to be any reinforcements coming, though.
All right, then while
Seems
we
like
have
they're
time,
trying to
let's-
let their security system do its job for them.
While we have time, let's just try to get Davis up here.
All right, and how would you like to do that?
I got the rhino.
I guess we get as much rope as we can find and make a little pulley system up there. Wrap around any sturdy bits of the room.
Well, like most things, the entire room is made out of stone. And looking around the room, you can see that there is a distinct change in the wall. Near the... Like, instead of... The wall on the end is rough. Whereas everything has been shaved away and carved out meticulously by these goblins. Where the caves end, and it doesn't seem like there are any more caves that go beyond that wall, the texture and consistency is changed a little bit.
All right.
But the whole room is carved stone.
So if Nadus was left alone and heard Dominicus's roar, I was gonna like charge the carved stone to try and break it and create a ramp of rubble. But also, I do have 50 feet of rope in my saddlebag. I don't know how strong rope's gonna be.
Well, we
Not
actually
strong
looked
enough
it
to
up
hold you.
last week, and hempen rope can carry, what was it, 4,500 pounds?
Wow. Okay.
Somewhere around thereabouts, I think. Yes, just a little over 4,600, I think it was.
Just under 4,200.
Yeah,
I
so
guess
you'd
if-
have a little bit of leeway of like 400 pounds before it would start wanting to break.
Yes, I don't get fatter.
You don't get fat eating apples. Or good berries.
Or good berries.
So yeah,
Nah,
you would have enough rope to create a pulley system and pull him up. I would say that rough estimate without having any of the info like on hand, I would say that you would be able to half his weight. Does that sound about fair?
all right.
Seems roughly fair.
Yeah, without thinking too much into it, you'd be able to half his weight if you were to make a pulley system. But I would say that being able to make the pulley system, to know how to do it, that I would say that would be an intelligence check. Or unless you just have some kind of in-character knowledge somehow. Like, you would know that pulleys would work, but would you know how to assemble one real quick, you know?
Yeah. Don't think Watari would.
There's only one character who would know about mechanisms like this.
And he's down there with Nidus.
You could be figuring that out while we're alone.
Except he's
But
in sleep
would
mode.
he?
Oh, he's in sleep mode. Of course.
It's not the sleep mode. I have the perception always active. It's one of the auto gnome things I could do. That I could just be in a low power state to do a long rest, but I'm still perceptive to everything. The question is if you guys can understand my very cryptic language.
I can't.
Can you understand anything anyone says that doesn't involve an apple?
I think it's just tones.
But yeah, whoever would like to try to make a pulley, I'll need an intelligence check to see if you know. Okay, so this rope would go here. If we put this around, wrap this around here, and we make this around here. I don't think there's a specific check that would be good for this one. So maybe, I don't know.
I mean, theoretically survival.
Yeah, I'd be down for that. Or you could do like, hey, I know pulleys work, insight on how to like make it in a kind of weird way.
I can see that.
So I'll let whoever decides to try this choose between insight or survival. Of course, someone will have to step up to the plate.
Please.
Oh, Prisma doesn't know.
Can I roll?
Yeah, you can roll to try to make a pulley.
Survival or
Insight.
You didn't pay attention in poly class.
they're both the same. Which one would you like to get your nat 20 on?
Just do survival.
Well, yeah. I would say that succeeds. It wasn't very high, but
Okay. Good,
A
good.
natural 13.
yeah, a 7 definitely wouldn't do it. But Dominicus, you know how to make a pulley system. Like, maybe you've been in this situation before.
If we have, I'm going to be a bit more relaxed doing it.
Like,
Should
there
I
may
have
have been
advantage?
some kind of situations where you've had to do this kind of thing for Natus before.
So out of character, I was thinking of playing it when you try and bound me with the rope, but I won't if we've done this before.
I'm sure the first time was incredibly bad.
It was awkward, yes.
He's like, my feet aren't touching the ground. Ah!
Natus may have impaled me with his horn.
But you find a good firm position for the pitons and hammer them in, wrap that rope around them, and lower it down. He can't tie himself up, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down on the ladder and tie it onto him.
You just get very exaggerated sniffs. Just sniffing you. What are you doing?
I would probably yell down like, untie Sieg so he can help us pull up here.
Good plan. I shall also do that.
So Daw just falls down and and lands on a thing on the side. And because having had heard that, he comes out of his low power state, off character, or off note, damn you. And then but yeah, then he stands up and walks over to the rope and starts doing a climb up, which seems very strong and tedious and everything, like sweat dripping and everything, if it could, for a robot. And you see that he's only made a few feet.
Why is he climbing up the rope and not the ladder?
Isn't it like broken at the bottom?
Yeah, it is
And
broken
then
at the
the
bottom.
ladder's fine. Yeah.
I assumed there was a little space to hop on it.
I was
So-
going to say, if I can sling him over my back and have him hold on, I can probably hop up to the not broken part.
Well, I mean, after a good minute or two of trying real hard, he finally makes it to the first unbroken ladder bit and starts climbing up normally.
All right.
This is the journey of a tiny creature without wings.
Natus is tied. Everybody ready to pull?
Yep, I hop up to the not broken part of the ladder and climb up with the auto gnome.
All right,
have
and then
to
I'll
roll
be
a
considering
check.
this dragging as well, because you're
You kind of.
like pulling.
Okay, so like as everybody lines up along the rope to pull, Prisma will just be at the very back holding the end of the rope. She's like, "I'll help. Don't worry, I got it. I
Do we
got
need
it."
to roll a type of strength thing to get him up?
No,
No,
I'm
Matt.
just gonna add all of your carrying capacities together, which,
I
as we
also-
said before, would be strength score multiplied by 15. But because you're kind of dragging while pulling this thing, you're not lifting it. It'll be times 30 instead.
Ooh, handy.
So double it.
Okay, so.
I already forgot what we said I could lift earlier.
95.7? No, 97.5.
Yes.
Ah.
I've got this much. If you guys would type down your numbers, I can just look that up real quick.
I got
97.5.
420.
Uh,
It's strength times 15?
Strength times 15 is your normal carrying capacity, but if you're dragging, it's times 30, so you just double it. And you're aiming for 2,100.
Yep.
All right. Dimitri, you're smart, and you're dexterous, but you're not strong.
Get Varsum in it.
no,
He'll help.
Varsum will help.
Oh, so it's 195 when doubled.
hey, Whitney, one job, come on.
Sorry, I forgot I had to double it.
Add another 300 for Varsum and Dimitri. Even though that's
That's worth.
kind of stupid that the average is 150 pounds that you can lift.
Yeah, there's enough. Because with 420 onto what I have there, and then the 190, and then another 97, that's about 2,100 ish.
I didn't even do Phineas yet, but he's got another 540.
Yeah, that's more than enough. It's like 2,600 by now.
Yeah, This is just making it easier, though.
Okay, so to make it easier, I'll do exacts.
And that was without Tolston as well. Who...
That was
is
plus
another
5,
480.
Wow.
Well, I'm shocked. I did not think this would work. Good
Me
job,
neither.
guys.
Pretty good.
Ocarith thinks that you have enough people and is trying to stay away from you guys and thinks he would probably touch you if he tried to help. So he'll say, I'm going to stay over here, sorry.
Have it add that another 97.5.
Yeah, the last thing we need is to be hauling that rhino up on a moldy rope. That would not hold.
Let's do it.
Dimitri is complaining the entire time. Why
There.
should we do this for someone else's pet?
Well,
What
that's
good
what
has he been?
keeping us alive.
Because my pet is more useful than you.
I could beat you and your pet.
Didn't his pet get you through that water tunnel we went through?
Alright,
No, he
maybe
decided
he
to
has
swim.
one use.
And he is basically a walking battering ram, so if we encounter any locked doors on the way...
Alright, 2 uses.
Yeah, Nene's been way more useful than you.
Hey, if I chip in here, you guys will never hear the end of it. Y'all better stop there. Making the team effort to tell him how he's useful. I will tell you a story, motherfucker. You won't even know.
Alright.
But yeah, after a little bit less effort than you thought, now that you've got this pulley system, Natus is up there, and now you just gotta get, like, possibly his front end through the hole so that he can kind of squeeze himself through.
I think that part he can do. You know, just aim himself up, bite the edge up there, then like put his like leg, 4 legs up there, and just things become easier.
Don't you know, he's like a dog, and dogs can't look up.
I mean, they can look up. They just need to squat first.
Yeah, as soon as I can do something, I will try and get up. But as I emerge, you just see the cutest eyes ever. I'm just like getting pulled up like a swing.
Yeah, he's just kind of swinging around. I don't know how he would actually, like, lift his head up through there, and maybe he'd be able to put one of his hooves up there and try to, like, start pushing himself, climbing a little bit. But he begins to, yeah, I'll say that. That's how he was able to orient himself.
I mean, it depends on how the rope has him. If the rope has him in an equal way where it holds him like in the back and in the front, then no, he can't. But if
Yeah,
it's,
that's
like,
what I was
only-
picturing in my head.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But, I mean, you have an excess, so one person could try to walk over there and, like, grab his front hooves or whatever, or his horn, and start pulling up and kind of swinging him so that he's positioned a specific way.
It would probably be easier to just have someone sit on his back end to lower it.
All right, who would you like to lose and then add the weight to this?
probably the only one that could fly if she falls off.
I mean, not gonna lie, I was thinking Cornelius here doesn't add much weight because he's a small character, but he's also got high strength. We can afford to lose the strength, and the added weight probably would not be enough to break the rope.
I don't know. I'm still partial to
Although-
one that could fly.
Prisma could probably do it if she would have pushed down physically on Nidus's back end.
Yeah, I don't think she actually
Ah.
weighs enough to lower him. But if she was to
You know-
push,
Have you not seen
Push
those
that ass,
sketches where the
bitches.
car's balancing on the end of a cliff and then a little fly lands on it and then it falls off?
Well, okay, Prisma will try.
I don't really know if that counts in this situation.
Oh, she's heavier than a fly.
And that car is just balancing, not tied. But all right, she flies down there. You don't lose all that much help, but she flies down there and either sits or pushes. And your front begins to raise up, and you're able to kind of get your little feetsies out there and hooked around the thing. It's a tight
Not
fit,
the
though.
tootsies.
It's a tight fit. And as you pull,
Pulling him as he goes.
you kind of get stuck a little bit.
Meanwhile, Prisma's down there pushing on his butt like, get up there!
Natus
Prepare for
begins
some
to
apple
muck
farts.
spread.
I will tense every muscle to make the hatch hole bigger.
All right, give me an athletics then, as you just flex. Yeah, it's not gonna budge from that. But you could just kind of maybe wiggle a little bit.
Yeah.
Wiggle, wiggle. All right, you're able to wiggle through.
I was going to argue that maybe I'm helped to get advantage.
Yeah.
Now, I won't say that you'll be able to flex and like kind of widen the gap, but you are able to kind of flex those muscles and pull and push until you pull yourself enough to get your back feet up on the ledge and then push off one last time. And just for comedy, I'm going to say that you're in a full charge. And everyone has to go, whoa! And jump out of the way.
Yeah, with my tongue out there. I'd
And
wag my tail if I was a dog. But...
you may stop if you wish, but if you don't, I'm going to have you run straight into the cauldron and knock it over.
Not two birds with one rhino.
I think I would just maybe charge to Dominicus.
Oh, just tackle him and then start licking him like a puppy, except that when you tackle it, it's basically horn first.
And the
We do
weight would
that.
crush him.
We do that, don't we, Tanner? You
What?
know, like, we play charge.
Like often?
Yeah, like I've come up here. I've been a good boy. I waited, and I've gone on the rope. It's such an ordeal.
We play charge. Natus usually wins.
No, Natus always wins.
That's why he likes to play.
Well, all right,
So
you run over to
some-
Dominicus then.
One time, this one guy said, "Why don't you just call it bowling?"
let's do we every time we like wrestle, do we have to roll to
See if Dominicus dies.
No, not dies, but like see if he can withstand Natus and his charge.
I feel like it would more be like rules to stop the blood loss because horn first and all.
Yeah, but I'm
He's
not
not
gonna.
actually impaling me with his
I'm not.
fucking
Yeah,
horn.
I'm not trying to hurt him.
Well,
It's like
Ooh.
an excited hug, So I
It's
wouldn't
like when
lead with
dogs
my horn.
jump up on you.
yeah, but dogs don't have horns on their snouts.
You don't know that.
Dominicus is armored. He's cool.
I mean, I've
So
seen a
lion-
dog that had a tooth growing out of its nose.
Oh my
Does that
That's-
count?
For the dog.
But I can picture Dominicus like stepping to the
It
side,
got
and,
removed.
like, getting into like
It got removed.
a headlock cuddle kind of thing.
How was it there in the first place?
Yeah.
It just grew that way.
Freaky.
I mean, there's dogs with two faces. I'm sure a single tooth going upward through the nose isn't the weirdest thing that a dog has been born with. But anyway. Yeah, you run over there, you nuzzle. Get you some lube.
Not the lube.
And, yeah. The whole party's up there now.
Alright. Take a quick rest or break.
All right, yeah, that's a good idea. Everyone, take 5.
Bathroom break.
Yeah, go throw up if you need to.
Damn.
I don't need to throw up again, thank you.
What's wrong with you? Why
Damn.
not?
Do you think I'm fat? Is that why I need to go throw up? Make myself
No one
skinny
thinks
for
you're
you?
fat.
Skinnier for you?
You only weigh 10 pounds.
I know, right?
That's not true. I weigh 15.
Prisma weighs 15 pounds.
That's a heavy fucking fairy, dude.
No, actually, I weigh 20 pounds. According to my thing.
That's even heavier.
I guess I should be only 10
I mean,
pounds, shouldn't I?
tiny is
Mhm.
like a raven is tiny, you know?
Well, you gotta think about it.
I don't know. I guess I'm
Joey
not
grew
a
up.
tiny person.
10 inches is your height? And you're 20. Now you're 10 pounds at 10 inches is still. How much does a Barbie doll weigh?
Hell if I know how much I weigh.
2 pounds, maybe.
Hell if I know how much I weigh. I put pounds because I thought it's a tiny person. I must have some weight on there.
And to be clear, Barbie dolls are made of plastic, which is much lighter than flesh and bone.
See?
Okay.
Joey
Let's just go with 2 pounds. How about that?
Fine.
Joey drew it, and we all know he likes them thick asses. So,
Okay, so
you
2.5 pounds. For that extra
Who doesn't
junk in
like
the
thick
trunk.
asses?
So you're saying he's all about that bass?
No trouble.
Yeah, no trouble.
Can't believe you
James,
copied
throw
me.
his soda.
That was a jinx I've ever heard one.
All right, bathroom break.
Yeah, yeah.
I was happy staying down there. I actually thought WheatTon had done this to us on purpose.
me and Navis, we're gonna have our own adventure. Except since Navis doesn't, Navis can't even do anything to get me off of his side. Maybe roll around, I guess, but
I've got no reason to either.
I'm basically travel luggage.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be stranded here. The guys would go and have a fight, and then they'd come back and see that we were being caught, and we were now in the arena.
Except that, oh yeah, they would probably like take me as a possession. Loot.
Or try and cook you if they were cooking rocks.
That'd be interesting. Goblins that eat rocks.
I mean, they could try and cook him. He's made of metal. I don't think he'd feel it.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm up. I can't believe that worked.
Well, you know, the power of math and pistons and things. I even wrote up the speech for it and all.
I mean, with the same simple pulley system we used, the Egyptians built the pyramids, so...
Yeah,
And
exactly.
those giant slips.
What do you think of a historical point of reference I was using? Which, now that I think about it, why is it that my character is better off with you two than with me? And by you two, I mean you and your sister.
That is actually a pretty good point.
Just end up because I use historical things and myth and things that could easily be found like Lord of the Rings that compose my nonsense.
Yeah, I generally tend to stick to history and the very little mythology that I know. Well, little relative to what all is out there, anyway.
Say that about anything though. Like, you obviously do know your shit.
I mean, here and there.
I mean, I'm basing my character on my dog, so I know it all.
I mean, I'm basing my character off the character in a game that I haven't played in like almost 20 years, so...
Okay. Well, I love the giant bunny. Like, you kind of spoiled us showing us in the free-for-all fight that we had. So the shock and awe is gone. But yeah, I do love your character.
Yeah, I was inspired because my sister had the idea of making a fairy character who would go from tiny to huge. And so I decided to tinker around with that idea a bit to build a decent warrior character. And then I thought, well, if I'm building a warrior, what kind of warrior do I want? And then my first thought was, crap, I don't remember his name. He's the Black Knight from Odin's Sphere, though.
Oswald?
Oswald, that's him, yes. So my first thought was Oswald, and I thought, no, too obvious. I need to go with something a little bit more off kilter. And then I thought to myself, well, who's my second favorite fighter in the entire game? I'm like, oh, Cornelius, he's adorable, and I love his story. And then I thought, well, since he and Velvet hook up, you know, obviously, given that rune magic is the magic of giants, and that the giants and the Vanir have sort of a connection there, mythologically speaking, it kind of makes sense that if he hooks up with Velvet, he might at some point learn giant magic from her.
I like my idea better.
Yeah, no, your idea is great too. An auto-gnome from the future.
No, I meant for his backstory.
Oh, yes, that.
Because at least it lets you flesh out both ends of the story. But here, he's like, oh, I'm just going to grab one off the shelf. Store shoppers.
Well, personally, I think it's a shame if you've got stuff written down, but you can't say it because it's not triggered. I feel kind of sorry for that.
Don't worry.
And if you got stuff written down and I don't know it, then I feel sorry too.
It's a win and a loss because, yeah, I won't get to spout my nonsense. I have fun spouting nonsense. I just don't like the fact that I have to try to imitate a voice. I probably should have been more responsible and practiced more often. But I have other things, you know. Think. Other things to do.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Yep.
Welcome back. We were just talking about character inspiration, I think.
And before that, we were talking about how it is your fault that Prisma weighs more than people expected.
My fault?
Hey, you like dead ass.
I mean, I put the actual size version in her portrait.
Okay, I'm back.
We were just talking about your back. Again,
My back.
Prisma's.
Hmm.
But it was all me.
All right, are we all back?
I don't think Tanner's back.
I've been here the whole time.
What? I didn't know. Don't say anything. Well then.
I mean, I've also been here, so I think that's. We should probably do a roll call.
No, we're still here. Yeah, I think
I'm
everyone's
still-
back.
Yeah.
Roll call. Prisma.
Cornelius.
Sailor Moon.
DM. Everyone. All right. I'm just
It's
everyone's back.
morphin' time.
Is Joey back?
Hey, I have a class for that.
A class for
Mastodon.
Sailor Moon?
No.
He really wants
Morphin'
to get his
time.
Super Sentai.
Yeah, you got one for Power Rangers. Why don't you have one for Sailor Moon?
Because Sailor Moon is gay.
You're
Okay.
gay.
None of that makes sense.
You wish.
Oh,
No.
wait. No. I just thought about it. It may actually make sense.
I mean, maybe you could be my gay best friend, but that's only if you want to be.
Anyway.
Riveting.
We're all up here. Natus has been pulled through the hole. Nuzzled with the Dominicus a little bit. Now what would you like to do?
Did he knock me over?
I would say no.
Only if you want him to.
Okay, well.
You've got the path forward. You know that there will be traps thanks to Prisma. You had the idea to dump the water in the stew, or I guess it would be a soup since they're adding the human later, but
Soup is still good.
yeah, it is.
Did you know that your coffee is a soup?
Never thought about it. I don't drink coffee though, so.
You drink hot soup every morning.
But yeah, you have the thought to put the cauldron, empty the cauldron, cool it off maybe, and put it on top of Natus and have him charge through everything to activate all the traps and not be affected by it.
I mean, I do have a high perception score. And it will only get higher the next level I get. God damn, I'm so I think it's so dumb.
So I'm going to do whatever you guys say. I'm not saying this to argue it, but I'd like to know from a character sheet. Are you actually putting the cauldron over my head?
I think just in front so you can push it.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to do that, like a game, like a ball.
Yeah.
Alright, Natus, play ball.
Alright, so have you come to a decision?
Yeah.
It's time to be tremendous.
Knock that water out the cauldron. And have
Just don't boil the
maybe
pixie.
push it.
Would him ramming into the cauldron knock it over, or would we need to like cut a supporting beam that's holding it up?
No, it's just laying on the fire, basically. So yeah, he'd be able to ram it and knock it over.
Cool.
With pleasure.
Mhm.
All right, so you.
So what happens then?
I'm not even gonna make you roll an attack or anything. But I'll make you roll in athletics.
Okay.
And depending on your, yeah, I'll say that passes. So you kind of rough up the ground a little bit, kicking your foot, rhino style, and you start charging toward it. And you lift up that horn, and it goes boom! And you just hear the water all rush out as it pours across the ground and runs across
The ground.
And now you have a slightly hot, it wasn't to boil yet, actually. That's something that I don't think was actually asked.
So was there fire under it?
There was fire under it.
So his name is okay?
I wasn't going to have him take any damage.
Okay.
But yeah, you now have an... it's not completely empty, because, it's round.
Yeah.
So it's got a little bit cupped in there still. But
most of it's out.
Most of it's out, and you'd be able to easily push it over onto its mouth so that it could lose the rest of its stuff.
Cool. Alright. Don't got much to prep. I guess let's just get going.
All right.
Go.
What's that?
So you put the pot over him?
Well, not over him, in front of him so he can keep pushing it.
Ah, okay. I thought you were going to wear it like a gigantic helmet.
Yeah, no.
That's what I
that
was
wasn't
assuming
my
was.
plan.
So he's just going to roll it in front of him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Si, senor.
All right. It might kind of wobble. And you might need somebody to kind of keep it steady so that it'll roll if you have a way to do that.
We need someone to be inside the pot like a hamster wheel.
Well, any one of you could do that. I'd say the person with an equal movement speed to Natus is 45 feet, though.
I don't know if any of us got equal speed to him.
Oh, wait. This isn't a battle, so technically he only has 40 feet.
Oh, is that right? Okay. I'll have to remember that.
You have to be in your battle stance.
Right. Okay.
But, you only have the one, so whenever you roll initiative, your movement basically becomes 45 feet.
Yeah. So technically it wouldn't have been used in the water either then.
I wasn't saying that the movement was used. I was saying that your understanding of flowing movements allows you to kind of go with the flow and not have to fight against the water is what I was going with.
Cool. So, bash, yeah. Just...
All right. Do you have a direction that you're going? Are you going up the ramp? Are you following Prisma? Yeah. I don't know if she's still invisible.
I came out of it.
Yeah, we'll have Prisma guide us where we need to go.
All right. Prisma at the head. I'm sorry, what?
I said I'll show you to the meat grinder.
All right. Prisma at the head, everyone running behind Natus. Natus pushing that cauldron up the hill. Slowly going faster and faster. And that cauldron rolls and spins. And the first thing that you see that cauldron goes through is a tripwire, which releases 2 sticks on the side that slam some clay pots into the sides of it, releasing those grubs.
Ugh.
I guess we should back up.
Yeah.
I think Nadis would just keep going, would he not? Like, let's.
Or you probably yell at him to stop. Like,
I mean,
minute
I don't think it's going to
go.
be an issue since they're mostly going to be falling on the cauldron, and the cauldron's rolling forward, which means that the maggots that land on top are going to get smushed,
oops.
and the
So
ones
you
that
said it
land
came
on the
from the-
floor would just get trampled.
You said it came from the sides, not from the front.
Well, the
Yes, but they're coming from the sides to hit the thing that tripped the tripwire, which is the cauldron.
yeah.
Yeah, so they would smash at the side, not in front of it in its path where it could get smooshed.
Well, yeah, but I imagine there'd be some stickage.
And even still, that just means they'll be spinning at the side.
So I'm not trying to sabotage us here, but if you're telling me to stop, it's going to require an animal. What is it?
Animal handling.
Animal handling for me to even listen, because I'm having so much fun.
Animal
I'm
handling.
cheering him on from the background. I'm clapping.
Okay, that would be with disadvantage because his his rider is goading him on.
Okay.
That's my boy.
That's.
I would say that probably fails.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree. I'm
Yeah.
going to keep going.
And he keeps going.
Somebody got a torch or something so you can burn them at least.
I got
I mean, I
matches.
do have 9 more torches.
That's good.
Anyway, yeah, a couple of those grubs get on you, but not the full amount. And I'm gonna roll to see the number. Also, they're really big grubs. They're not tiny.
So, would this be a safe and throw for me? Because I've got danger sense.
Well, you kind of already tripped it with the pot, so it technically wasn't targeting you, if that makes
Okay, cool.
sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So I'm gonna say that of the ones that hit the pot, you got splashed with 2 of them.
Okay.
And you can feel as they begin biting into your flesh.
Okay.
Joke's on them. Rhino flesh is hard.
It doesn't matter to these things. And you take 2d6 piercing damage as they start trying to bite into your skin and burrow.
Okay.
And at the start of each of your turns, they will continue trying to burrow unless somebody does something about them.
Okay. At that moment, then, when I feel my first pain, I will rage.
All right. I would say that you would probably do that and be able to do that before the pain
Are
happens,
they
so
not
you can go ahead
confused so
and
they don't.
have that one.
Is- Okay.
Like,
So,
like
with them-
like the barest little pinch, and then you're like, "Ah!" But yeah, as you continue running along, the others can see that you got hit by 2 of those grubs, and that they are trying to burrow into you.
Do they not need to hit an armor class?
Nope.
The grub are just
If they
on his
touch
mugs?
you, they can just do this.
I mean,
Maybe
it shouldn't be
grubs
too
on
hard to
some
cut them
mugs,
out.
but there ain't no grubs on me.
Let's burn them off before they even burrow in.
And plus, he's got a rider who could extract them.
Is
Yeah,
Dominicus is
Mhm.
on his back right now?
no.
Ah,
But as I see some grubs trying to get on his mugs, I'll run after Natus.
All right. I'd also probably say that pushing the thing wouldn't allow you to dash. So if Dominicus was to dash, he would be able to get up to you and get on your back
Okay.
with enough movement.
But here's the thing. If it is truly flat terrain, then that means that the pot will eventually start rolling on its own.
Well, once they get up the ramp, it'll be flat again, but anyway. Natus, what are you doing? You still just running forward? All right,
Trying to
well,
pick momentum.
getting that momentum. Yeah, you just going faster and faster as it starts going and starts rolling past. And you can see as all of these tripwires and blades or arrows are shooting at the cauldron, and you can hear the goblins. They sound pretty pissed off. Prisma, you can hear them saying, "Don't let them get there! No! Don't let them get to the arena!
They don't want us to get to the arena.
Get that pot! If the stew is canceled, then the chief is gonna kill us all!"
They're really mad that we messed up their stew.
Good.
But yeah, there's just grubs flying through the air. Arrows are coming at that cauldron.
Do the grubs go on the goblins too?
If they get touched by them. But yeah, it just seems like there's just a bunch of grubs just all over the floor now, and they are headed towards the closest living thing they can get to. Natus,
Yeah.
from the two that were still on you, this happens at the start of your turn. And since nobody did anything about them, they are now inside of your skin. Because you were talking about getting rid of them before they burrowed, but nobody said that they were. So you take
Have the torches.
another 2d6, halved, of course, because of your resistance to piercing. But you can feel them burrowing through your body and your skin. And just from the feeling of them going through you, you can feel that they seem to be headed towards a specific area in your body. Like they know exactly where to go.
I think I was going to wait for another one, but I think just on that bite that I would probably stop and then start scratching, well, or at least trying to scratch the area they entered.
Yeah, so you stop and begin to, I don't know, rub yourself up against something. I don't know how rhinos scratch. I doubt they can lift that hind leg like a dog. But you begin to
I think they
scratch at
used
the
objects to scratch.
bleeding holes in your skin.
Well, Dominicus, it's time to take a deep dive.
As Dimitri
You hear him
and
squeal.
Okrith are throwing spells to kill as many of these strange grubs as possible.
I will assume the grubs are just ignoring me.
Yeah, they don't seem to care about you for some reason.
So yeah, as per usual, just kind of watching.
Yeah, they're just kind of bouncing off of you. But yeah, Okrith and Dimitri are dealing with them as best as possible to keep the group from being infected with these things.
With the grub.
Yeah, the cauldron has done a pretty good job of shielding you from these, but the only person who actually had any chance of getting them on you or on them was Natus, who was pushing the cauldron, since, you know, they're splashing out of these things. And,
I wonder, if I took a crossbow bolt and shoved it into the burrow hole, could I kill the grubs?
You would do damage to Natus, that's for sure.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
But also,
Are we
you
on
might
the
just
cauldron
push it
running
forward.
like a hamster in a wheel?
Do what?
Are we all in the cauldron running in it like a hamster in a wheel?
I was picturing you guys behind it, because the cauldron still has an opening which those grubs could splash into.
Yeah, that being in the cauldron would be a bad idea. And plus, nobody would want to get whatever was in that cauldron on their feet, I would think.
But the cauldron actually continues forward whenever Natus stops, tripping more traps and killing more grubs. Yeah, those, you cannot see those things, and what are you doing at the moment? As Natus takes another 2 piercing damage.
Casting light so we can all see.
Am I catching up to him?
You were already caught up to him.
Oh, can I attempt to take the gribs out?
And how are you going to do that?
Like by slashing. Are they like all the way in his skin, or are
They are
just
burrowed into his skin.
Well, that's
Rhinos
good.
have tough skin, but these things did not seem to care with those teeth of theirs.
Oh, that's good, because you didn't say muscle, therefore.
Can I pull a Lion King and eat them?
What the fuck?
You'd have to kind of
Like suck them out?
suck them out.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're still at skin level, since you didn't say
It's
muscle.
called grub, and I'm a lion.
Well, it's
Maybe
been
it's
3
satisfying.
turns, so I would say that they're in the muscle.
Oh. Alright then.
I was just saying that the reason that they were able to get through the skin, they didn't seem to care.
I threw some candy at him. Oh, wow!
You throw candy at Natus?
At the ones on the ground. I want to see if they're attracted to sugar.
Are you trying to kill them?
Maybe.
Because you will kill them with that. And it doesn't seem like the ones that don't get hit with it, you don't even have to. Doesn't seem like they care at all about sugar.
Well, there goes my idea. Can't let him out with candy.
What would I have to roll to suck him out of his skin?
Hmm.
Yeah, survival?
Lung athletics. I don't know.
Long
man.
athletic.
Maybe
I've
survival.
gone-
You gotta work
that's
your
what I
fingers
said.
in there. Or hell, if you use
You are unable to get these things out.
What?
Actually, a medical would be more realistic. Now that I think about it. But you trying to suck on them? You don't really have a mouth that is very good for creating a suction with your cat mouth.
Can I roll a medical instead?
You can attempt to roll a medical, yes. But you'd only be able to get one at a time anyway.
That's fine.
so
Well, that's even worse.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
So-
that you are unable to get those out of him.
What do I have to
So-
roll?
Sig just walks up, and on the other hole, because he's working on that hole, Sig kind of just climbs up, and since his hands are smaller, I want to assume it'd be easier for him to get into that hole. They're much smaller.
You can do a medicine as well.
Huh. Well, 8.
Yeah, your hands are smaller, but you don't really know what you need to do.
It kind of just like wanted to grab and pull. But yeah.
Then I will run up where Dominicus is trying to get it and do my own medicine check. See if I can't find an easy way to take it out.
I was trying to pull a Lion King and eat the grib.
Well, with that, you would know that you could extract it, but they would probably burrow deeper before you were able to get to it, and then you'd have to just keep cutting as they're running away down into the muscle and everything. Which
Alright.
you take another 4 piercing.
Jesus fucking Christ.
No way to like kill them while they're still in there.
Poison would do it.
I just look at Dominicus with his really sad eyes. Oh.
Ocarith will kind of be like, dang it, I really didn't want to have to do this. And he takes off his gloves and rolls up his sleeves. And he looks at Natus and says, sorry, big guy. And then he slaps his hand on his back. And Natus, you can feel as your veins are on fire. Just at his touch.
Okay. It's a louder groan of pain.
Yeah, and you don't actually take all that much damage because you're, made of tougher stuff. But you take 3 damage just from him touching you. It seems like he's probably trying to take it easy and hold back how much damage you would take from this. But your veins and the blood rushing through you feels like it is on fire. And you can feel as those grubs begin to squirm in place, and then you feel a pressure release, like there is nothing in there anymore. And he takes his hand away from you.
Who was that again? Sorry.
Ocarith.
Ocarith, yeah. So Natus looks at Ocarith with his bloodshot eyes.
Yeah. You could see through the through your pale rhino skin these black vein-like markings where he had put his hand, and they slowly begin to go away. And he's like, don't let those things touch you.
I'll tilt my head to the side. Is he talking to me?
He's talking to everyone.
Okay.
Yeah. God. I'll tell Dominicus, give a sip of the flask to Natus.
Do we
I
have
believe
the
I gave it
flask?
to him. I believe I gave it to
No.
you.
All right, I'll let him sip the flask.
I didn't write that down, by the way. So
Yeah, I think we said that about freaking bird, but I agreed to give it to you guys because y'all would charge in all the time.
okay.
2d4 plus 4.
D4 plus 4. Is it 4 or 2?
It's 2d4 plus 2. Yeah, you're right.
Right.
Nice. Thank you.
So you regain 5 health.
I basically just lie there, like in so much relief. It took a lot of energy to do all the scratching I was doing.
Yeah, after him touching you, you felt hot all over. Like you were immediately burning up with a fever trying to fight off whatever his touch was doing to you. But then, as he let go, you feel cool. And, like you were just feeling the worst you had ever felt before, and now it is gone.
It's a thing of the past.
In an
I'll be right
instant.
back.
But yeah, if anybody is... Nobody ever seems to try to figure out what things are, but Okrith knows what these are if you wish to ask him.
That actually seems like a good idea. I didn't bother having Cornelius ask because he has no medical knowledge whatsoever, so he wouldn't even know where to begin.
I don't talk. I was spoken to. I just beep and boop.
Yeah, I asked Chris, what are these?
I'm gonna assume that you guys are running again, though, to
Yeah.
not let yourself get caught by anybody. But he'll say, "Rot grubs."
Rock grubs.
Yeah, if they manage to touch you, they'll burrow all the way to your heart, killing you instantly. Then they'll fester inside of your corpse, eating until they explode on anything that walks nearby, infecting them, and the cycle continues.
What a horrible creature.
Charming.
Yeah,
Horrible
these goblins
creature.
raise them as kind of grubnades. It's also they also find it a fun torture method.
Would I recognize what was giving me the pain? Like, would I have seen the grubs?
Yeah, you would have known that they like slapped against you. Probably not thought anything of them until you started going, "Ow!"
Okay.
You got that dog. "Ow!" So yeah, you'd probably be able to recognize them now.
I was thinking of it, like, because I've been trying to figure out how I can be, like, get a fear of insects and stuff. So that's definitely a start to that. If we see any giant rot grubs, I don't think I'll charge it.
I don't think they need to be giant.
Yeah.
I don't think giant will even help them.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to burrow anymore.
Yeah.
Their tiny nature is what... Well, they're actually smaller than tiny. But that's actually one of their biggest strong suits. How small they are and how much they number.
Alright.
Horrifying beasties, overpowered weapon.
Damn, nature, you scary.
But anyway, you keep moving forward and avoiding the traps with the rolling cauldron until the cauldron kind of hits a wall and falls over. Because there was nobody, pushing it and keeping it up anymore.
Yeah.
But it is successfully tripped and circumvented all of the traps on this floor. A couple of goblins are off to the sides of this room, readying bows. But you are almost to the area that Prisma was leading you to.
Alright.
So they're gonna make a couple of bow attacks against you. But I'm gonna do it the way that I did it before, where I'm only gonna roll like twice for like 7 each,
Okay.
Alright.
I think I
So
prefer the more rolls method.
the more rolls method? Well, I can do the more longer lasting, taking time out of the day rolls if you wish.
Hey, if we're being perfectly fair about it, Whitney doesn't have to. Wherever she is.
But either way, they're not trying to aim at particular people, They're just trying to like spray you guys. So it'll so 7. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of you. By my count. So if your AC is 18 or lower than 18, then you'll take 6 piercing damage. Let's see, Okrith will take 1. Let's see
Cornelius
here.
takes 1.
Phineas is gonna take 1.
Dominicus will take 1, but Nadus will impose disadvantage on it, so he doesn't.
All right, then yeah. Nadus, what is your
18.
18? All right, so that just bounces off your hide. Dimitri will take 1. Oh, actually, he won't. So he blocks it with his gauntlet. And you can see that once the arrow bounces off, that there is a kind of translucent field around that gauntlet. Kind of in the shape of a buckler. And Tolson will take 1 for Varsum, making it block completely. And then for the next one, another 7. Spread those out a little bit more. 15. Okrith pulls up his greatsword to hide behind it. Prisma.
Hmm?
What is your AC? As an arrow is coming towards you. With a 15.
14.
Alright, so you take 7. Phineas does not take this damage. Do. I think most people don't get hit by the 15.
I'm 14.
Alright, so you will take 1. So -7 for you.
Who else is left?
And then you get to the end of the hallway through that just kind of spattering of arrows. Just kind of shotgun blasted your way, not really trying to aim. And Prisma, you show them to the arena, which you never really said had a whole bunch of goblins watching over the side of it. So, the goblins that you come face to face with turn around and all pull their scimitars or bows. And they're just kind of looking at you.
So where are we?
I would say that you are coming from the left.
So, like, upper left, lower left? At
This
middle
way.
left? Oh, well, there isn't much space for the back of the line to show up.
Yeah. But that's what it looks like.
Yeah, how do we indicate back of the linesmanship?
So yeah,
see-
you can
Sig doesn't outpace anybody.
Why are you still huge?
Shouldn't be.
Well, that's what she said.
I don't know either. There you go.
I think his token was saved when it was huge.
So I'll just point out for the DM that Dominicus probably mounted me to keep me moving.
Yeah. As you come into the room and you come face to face with all of these gobbos, the ones that were behind you begin to circle in and cut off the area behind you. They
Like prisoner? I thought the people were here.
The goblins begin swinging their scimitars, jumping and stamping at the ground, kind of like threateningly, but not really coming in at you guys. They're just kind of poking into the group. They seem to smile and laugh at how outnumbered you are.
That ain't nice.
And Prisma, you can hear one of them say, "Throw him in the pit! Get him in there!" No, that's not what they said.
What?
Minuet
Yeah.
and or Rhapsody. That is not what the goblin said.
They like to say otherwise. They're eyeing you like, how dare you?
But yeah, the goblins are like enjoying the fact that you guys are surrounded. And are basically like, yeah, let's throw them in the pit. Let's have them fight one-on-one. Yeah, let's have a fight.
Oh,
Chris will be like, fight!
can it be this one that's doing the talking, and I'm just gonna charge him and push him in the?
All right, you want to charge and push. All right, so that'll be a athletics check.
Like, this is me. It's not Dominicus.
Yeah, I kind of assumed. All right. You succeed in pushing him. And he falls into the railing and then flips over. And all of the goblins laugh at that goblin. As the ogre, wearing a steel blindfold, jerks to the side, runs over, and smashes him with his fist.
Pudding.
Would you say this one is turned away looking at that?
I would say that he is turned back, looked at it, and then looked back towards the group.
As he's looking back, rushing him with the two-handed spear attack.
I punch him with a spear.
All right, they're going to start firing arrows at you from the other sides.
Are they
So,
aiming though?
Before they do that.
As the other ones are going to... No. He just nopes out of that.
Yeah, he sure does.
And, oh wait, I need to... Boop.
So before initiative starts as well, Dominicus will probably like try and take out the same one Vitari was going for.
Alrighty. You should know that this is really dangerous. Just saying.
Really?
Depends on the AoE. Also, where's the tokens for the other people?
Well, I didn't expect you to want initiative once you saw that you were surrounded so badly. Way worse than before.
Prisma
Sorry,
never
yeah,
told me
yeah.
where the people were.
Yeah, she still hasn't.
No, like what are we actually doing here anyway?
I mean,
Like-
that's I was hoping she'd give us a direction or we'd run off there.
Well, this is where they were taking the people who are there, so they must be the way to the prisons has to be somewhere around here.
That's great.
It might be a party wipe. I thought I was dead with the grubs though.
Alright, you want them? There you go, you got them.
I don't know what else you expect us to do. I don't want to be a prisoner again. So, like when I was a prisoner, this is the kind of stuff I would do. I'd be made to fight and lug things around and stuff like that. So,
Can I kind of just look around and see where the people would have come from?
Well,
Where
you
they're
can see over the edge that there are two sides with a gate. It seems that they could be either coming from here or here.
Prisma, there. Which gate did the people come out of?
I hear no birds. I don't think she's here.
What?
She's not mute.
What? What? I'm sorry?
Which side did the people come from? Which gate?
This way?
That is the way that the goblins came from. And goblins are people, technically.
Or you mean this way?
That is the way that the civilians came from, and civilians are people, technically.
Yeah, it was this way.
I would just yell at everybody, let's rush that way. To just free a lot of people.
Yeah, so they can be sacrificed and die for us.
Sounds about right.
I mean, feels like we should probably have a backup plan in case that goes sideways.
I don't know what kind of backup plan we'd have.
The only thing I could think of is fight them in the tunnel.
I mean, also...
They're not exactly the sturdiest things ever. I mean, with a 9, you were able to waste quite a few of them earlier.
I mean, I can also be a little helpful here and say, Prisma, you have knowledge of Goblin traditions and everything.
Uh-huh.
So you might actually be able to talk your way out of this if you'd ever thought of that.
Well, what exactly is Goblin tradition?
Well, you can invoke a right to one-on-one combat for free passage against a chosen warrior of theirs.
But they're probably going to choose the ogre.
Yeah, they might.
Well, does anybody want to try facing the ogre in one-on-one combat? Because that's probably who they pick for their warrior.
Sigismund just plops down on his butt. No, but obviously it doesn't say that.
Not understanding what you said either. Nadus will be like grinding the ground with his hooves. He's like, charge more.
Because that's one of the reasons why they're laughing, because they want you to go into the pit. Since you've made it this far, they think it would be hilarious if you were to all die one by one in the pit.
Well, they
I mean,
want
if I was...
to go to the pit.
If you
What do
were.
we do?
Tanner, where are you? I actually think Tanner would probably have the best chance. Not talking about the NPCs because they seem a bit strong as well. But 3 attacks every turn is massive.
I'd be committing suicide if I went in there.
I say with a big smile.
If I was in better shape, I could probably do it.
Yeah, I don't got any spells useful here.
Although I can also help from the sidelines.
So who wants to die?
Dimitri is willing to do this for you guys.
Fine.
If you want him to hold this over your head.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, you're back, right. Speak up before this Dimitri dude takes our XP.
What about Dimitri?
Look where we are on the map.
So, we're here in the arena, the Goblin arena, and according to Goblin tradition, they will probably allow us safe passage if we can win in a one-on-one fight in the arena against their strongest warrior, which is most likely going to be that big ogre right there. So
Is it the Goblin and the ogre?
No, the Goblin's dead.
Nate just pushed him in.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the latest victim of the ogre. So, yeah, we're seeing who wants to volunteer for suicide.
Me.
See?
Okay, so Mr.
So-
WheatTon.
I will give
Wait.
you two choices. You can invoke Nair or Dosra.
Which is which?
Well,
Dosra means hero, and Nair means arena.
well, what does Prisma know about what each of those means?
She would just know what they mean, and that she can invoke to fight against a specific person or a one-on-one in the arena.
Well, I'm hard pressed to think that this ogre is their hero. Whereas they're definitely pushing for an arena fight, and this is what's clearly in the arena.
Well,
WheatTon.
Prisma will ask Dami what he wants to do.
If you choose Dosra, it will not be one-on-one.
I guess we have to go with the arena for it to be one-on-one.
But if we go
And did
on
somebody
not
say my name?
one-on-one, we can play as a group.
I did.
How can I help you?
If I were to do like a little speech to the goblins and be like, my mount and I fight as one, like we are one and the same, like do you think that, and I roll like persuasion, I could fight with Natus against this ogre
Well,
in the arena?
they do not seem to speak anything but Goblinese.
Prisma can translate.
So it would actually be Prisma translating that would be the persuasion.
But if I like look like I'm passionate in my speech as she's translating, do you think the goblins will be like, oh, such a heartfelt speech?
Well, they
And then
might
they're
be
like-
like, why are they talking at the same time? I can't understand them.
How about you just stand there looking confident and give me the help action with that while I translate?
Okay.
Or you could talk one at a time.
That's what I meant. I'm not like not us speaking at the same time.
You gotta say these things. Gotta be specific.
I
Well,
feel
you-
like you should know what you should be picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pick up what we're putting down.
Alright, I'll try to be a mind reader.
Gotta be in the know to know, you know?
Alright, yes, make your speech, please.
I yell, goblins!
Goblins!
This is so goofy. Fuck, how do I
Well,
word
you've
this?
got their attention. Especially whenever you yell, goblins! And then Prisma goes, yo gob gob!
I'm trying to do this in like the accent, but I don't know how to say it. Thy rhinoceros and I are one and the same. We fight as one. I wish to fight Thoustus' ogre with my soul companion.
Eagle gabi hido bada hida aba oga.
I'll take it.
And do I have to roll like persuasion or something?
I would say that you're helping with your intimidation factor, but Prisma's the one who will roll persuasion. So she has advantage because they really want to see that fight. All right. They're willing to let you and Natus team against this ogre.
The ogre, yes.
He gets
And then
taken away.
So,
What?
as
Yeah.
I'm assuming Navis is gonna pass by me. So yeah, as Navis passes by me, I kind of just am in his way, and he doesn't have enough space to sidestep me, so he kind of like taps past me, and because he made touch contact with me, I give him a bless. A bliss.
Thank
Do
you.
I have a...
A good berry?
I give all the good berries to Dominicus and say,
Here, you're gonna need these.
All right.
What are good berries?
You got 10 berries that restore 1 hit point each and provide enough nourishment to sustain a creature for 1 day. Just 1 berry does.
Oh, nice.
And you give it D4.
So as we're like cantering around, I go in between all these goblins and like snort at them all. Like,
Oh, and since it's up to 3 creatures, Dominicus also gets it too.
Then I lift my chin and close my eyes in like proud cat-like behavior.
All right. They lead you down into a room off to the side with chained up civilians in armor.
Are they dead?
They are not. They are very much alive.
They living? They living.
they were alive because they wanted to see them try and fight the ogre.
And those who fail go into the soup.
Yeah, this is what I meant by the meat grinder.
And if anybody wins, well, Prisma would know that they would be sold into slavery.
Yeah, it's not
But
really
without-
pretty cute that they win.
Without their ogre, we can fight them out. I mean, technically, considering the layout of this map, we could just create a choke point and kill them off. They would have a bit of a difficulty getting up to us because of the walls and everything, and yeah, tactical advantage.
the sold to slavery part maybe should have been said before we accepted this challenge.
But yeah,
be sold.
you are led through all of the captured civilian soldiers. And the gate opens. And they point for you to go out as they're clapping.
Do we like stand on the other side of him before the duel starts?
Oh, he would be here.
He's blindfolded
okay.
as well, Tanner, just so you know.
Oh yes, a metal cap is screwed with these large bolts into his head,
Aw, poor thing.
covering his eyes.
The word you're looking for is militia.
Yeah, militia. I keep forgetting that word. Like, I always... Like, every time we finish a session, I'm like, militia! And then we start it, and then I forget all about it.
Well, you could thank Kokuzo for that.
Thank you, Kokuzo.
Words. I was wondering why that didn't sound like your bag, Whitney. I haven't seen the chat.
Anyway. It's not even. But anyway.
I'm waiting until the thing starts before I say that.
Okay.
But anyway, you're led out into the arena.
You can hear Prisma from the sideline going,
Go, W-Nene!
Yeah, the all of the gobs up top with your party seem totally cool with you guys right now too. Like,
Yeah, so come
some of them are even like toasting their mug to you and like slapping you on the back and pointing and everything.
I think they like you.
Yeah, they're like clapping as this rhino and lion walk out into the thing. I mean, you still, Prisma, you could still hear, yeah, get it for the soup. But it's all jollies here, and whoever wins is based on your knowledge of goblin culture. You know, whoever wins, there is no hard feelings, and they will be celebrated.
Hey,
Do
so
we roll initiative?
it's your show, Tanner. Yeah. So do your best, dude.
All right,
I believe.
Do we get to hear it?
you want it? Roll initiative.
All right, I'm gonna do Dominicus first this time. Come on.
Well, we're doing our turn at the same time anyway, right?
We should be allowed.
What
to,
just
yeah.
happened? That was empty just a second ago, and now there's like all kinds of people in there.
You're cheating.
All I saw was an ogre.
Yeah.
Like every single character from like the last combat was in that turn order for me.
Weird.
Whoa, that's crazy. I was
I
just
forgot to-
adding the turn and gonna retype it, but he got the same one.
I forgot to click Dominicus when I pressed 5.
It's all
So
good.
could you add that, please?
All right. Oh wait, that was for the 5 was for Dominicus.
Yes. Oh, look at that match on initiative.
All right. Not 15. 5.
Oh, no.
All right, match on initiative. What is your dexterity?
13 or 1.
There you go. Natus, you get to go first.
Right.
Is that a good thing?
Wait, so our turns are not combined?
Not this way.
You just
okay.
delay your
And-
turn.
Yeah, you can initiative hop, Natus, and let the ogre go first,
I'm so glad we
so
don't
that
have to
you
click
can
that.
have your turns together.
Okay, so since Dominicus is in control of me, can I confer with him to see what would be the best?
You guys
So-
can talk all you want.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
so I would.
So
Not
So
at the
you
same
would
time,
do
of
it.
course.
Yeah. Go on, you go.
no, you started talking first.
I was just gonna say, like if you just let go of Natus's reins, he would probably just charge in.
That's
if
what I
you-
wanted to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's
you
like
don't
just
want to
you
do
go
the
first.
initiative hop?
No.
But I do want you to say something.
So Dominicus yells with a mighty lion roar. It's time to be tremendous.
And Prisma will also scream it in Goblin translation so that everybody can hear.
Well, go on then.
And,
Ah!
and then you hear the crowd ring out. Otagema!
Oh yeah, charge. Just read. Extra damage, so I'll make the attack. And if it hits, we'll work it out.
All right.
Ouch.
I mean, if we're gonna get real technical,
You
after
have
the goblin-
advantage because of its blindness, so that hits.
Hey.
Nice.
After the orc's turn, you technically are put together in the initiative, anyways.
Are we?
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you go right after Dominicus does, so.
Oh, come on.
So
That's not how this works.
So I did forget to say, but I meant to say that I've raged, and
I know that's your trigger.
okay, good. You charge into your enemies, 20 feet. Take extra damage to your barbarian level, which is 3. Bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. What would you say, Tanner?
I'd say piercing, right? Because you're horning him.
Yeah. Okay. So piercing damage. The target is a creature. It must succeed on a strength saving throw. DC equal to 8 plus proficiency plus strength. 8, 11, 13.
All right. Gets a 16 for its strength saving throw.
Okay, so he's not knocked prone.
But you do
But look at that. Max damage.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
15
What? No.
piercing.
Beg your pardon, it's 2 rage damage that I didn't have clicked.
Okay, so 17.
Oh, and an extra 3 because I'm a barbarian level. That isn't...
Oh, that's not in there either?
Is it 20?
No, 20.
All right.
Do you want to have some buttons created for you?
That would be really nice.
Okay.
Additionally, when you make this charge attack, your rider can make 1 attack as a reaction.
Wink, wink.
If he wishes.
I like-
to hear this.
I do wish.
With a short sword?
Yeah.
But I don't want to create...
Can I
one
say
for
that I
anyone
picked
to-
up my hand axes from the Medusa fight?
We did pick them up.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
I
made
think
a
I
note
hit
of it
that.
last time.
I think I definitely hit him.
Oh, yeah, you hit him.
And you add your rage damage to this as well.
So 11?
11.
All right. And is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right.
This
The
is gonna
ogre.
hurt.
The ogre kind of falls back a little bit, but bounces to its feet forward, blindly swinging with a great club.
He should get disadvantage for that.
He does have disadvantage for it
Bits.
because he's blind, dude.
Is
I
it
know.
hitting you or me?
He's just swinging wild.
50-50 shot. Would hit.
Yeah, so I think he would probably go for, like, low, because he felt the big damage coming from lower, so he would try to hit low.
So you really talk.
Flavor, can I headbutt the club so it hits my shield?
You can. But you're still going to take 5 bludgeoning damage.
Yes.
And that's going to be the end of his turn. Dominicus.
It's time to beat.
Right, Tanner, do you see your character sheet?
I do. Do I have my action surge?
Everything, I believe.
You haven't used it since your rest.
That gives me an extra attack, right?
It gives you an extra action. So stronger than an extra attack.
Okay, so I'm going to action surge.
All right. And what will you do with your action surge action?
Wait, what does unwavering mark do? Does it just make me do more damage?
It marks them as disadvantage on an attack roll that doesn't target you, so he's already at disadvantage, so it might not help you here.
Okay, so don't use that.
No.
But I'm going to attack 3 times with my short sword.
All right, so you got 1 dominant hand, 1 offhand, and then another offhand.
You can add 4 to whichever one you feel you don't like its advantage form of.
Oh, yeah. Actually,
Or a d4.
yeah, remember that. You can add a d4 to every single one of your rolls until that bless is gone.
Oh, wow. I thought it was a one-use thing. I didn't read it properly.
No, it's until he stops concentrating on it or the time
Right.
limit runs out. I don't think you can do it on damage rolls
Not on damage rolls, it's attack rolls and saving throws.
Awesome.
and skills, right?
No, unfortunately. I
Oh,
thought I should
I mean,
have used
it's
this one.
still super strong.
We've got
I-
advantage. as
I would
well,
say
have
it's
we?
like the best buff, best low-level
We do have
buff
advantage.
in the game.
As you passed by, you heard beep boop boop beep boop bop boop, and what that meant was, "May the god of time bless you."
But yeah, you can roll a d4 to add it to all of these attack rolls. The 17 hits, the 22 hits. The 10 does not.
Let's see. Let's field this thing's AC out. See if adding a 4 will help.
You've got 3 other attacks, so maybe save it for them.
It's
There you go.
all of them. I don't know what you
Yeah,
mean by
all of
3
them,
other
yeah.
attacks.
The hell, that sounds powerful. That's really good.
That's the bonus I gave him.
What?
Thank
All
you.
right, that hits. So you hit with all 3.
Nice. And I'll just click the damage and you work out what the offhand one is?
Yeah, it would be minus his proficiency bonus. Oh wait, not his minus his ability score that he's using for them. So strength, I think.
Oh, okay, right. So I'll click 1.
Okay, that would be
Yeah.
the one with his main hand.
Mm-hmm. And then...
So that's 10. And then 8.
Yeah, so 10 because of your rage bonus. That would be 3 plus 2, which would be the 5. So
Wait, that third hit hit his AC?
yeah, with that extra bless
2.
1d4 added to it.
Oh.
So 12's a safe number.
plus the rage damage for them all?
Yeah, that's why I was going for 10
Alright.
for the first one and then 5 for the second one,
Where'd you go around?
Thank you. Cool. Okay.
and only 3 for the last one. So
Okay.
18.
Okay. 3 more attacks, Tanner?
We have 3 more attacks.
No,
That's
you,
what your
you-
accent...
one of those attacks is a bonus action attack.
Oh.
So you only get an action which would be 1 more or 2 more attacks.
I see.
So you'd still be able to do 1 offhand and 1 main hand. But you wouldn't get the second offhand attack as a bonus action.
I'll get with it soon.
But still, that's 2 more attacks if you wish to use your action surge.
Yes.
Alright, hit. Alright.
How's this ogre looking?
As you come in with a flurry of blades, this ogre takes 5 slashes as you begin bouncing off of its arms and legs, slicing it in all of its weak points, and it begins to bleed out. It falls to its knees, and then on its face, right beside you.
Yay!
Nadus will, like, kick up some dirt on it and then pee on it.
Before you do that, Dominicus is gonna hop off, like rip some flesh out of his neck with his mouth, go back on and scream victory.
Victory!
Victory screech.
The goblins watching are silent.
All of them?
All of them are silent. Prisma, you can hear a couple of them like talking to each other. Man, he was really cool, but that didn't take very long at all. That was, I mean, he's really cool, but that was boring that it ended so fast, and It was so one-sided. And you can hear them
Are they gonna
begin to chant.
Encore, encore.
Dosra. 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 Hab dosra. And the chanting gets louder and louder. And everyone begins to cheer.
What's
Prisma,
that in common?
you hear them saying, Hob Hero. Which was the other choice you could have made?
Full throttle.
Or like arena?
Nah, they
Or
want
Take us
battle
both.
royale?
they
They
want
want-
you to meet their hero. The strongest of the strong in their tribe. You were too strong for that ogre. It wasn't entertaining. It wasn't a good match.
Yeah,
But
that makes
Prisma,
sense.
as you know,
Does she translate that for me?
well, I was gonna give her a little bit more info and then she can go at
okay.
it. Prisma, as you know, if you invoke Dosra, you can fight the hero of their tribe
With, your
with
full
as
team.
many people as you wish.
They want you to fight their hero. Because you killed it too fast.
We can
And I'll
invoke
kill
full
their
throttle.
hero as well.
Well, the thing is, we don't know how strong the hero is. But if I initiate it, I have to tell them who's fighting. So any of us can fight with you if you want.
Jolly good time.
All of us then, no?
Yeah.
Why would we not want to fight as a whole group and have like 100% success?
Well, he would also get the same number of allies.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Shit.
So however many people we choose, that's how many people he gets too.
Do they know I'm sentient yet?
I don't think they care.
Okay, so I can go around inside their other
Should-
team's luggage,
Definitely at least
their
keep-
backpack.
Distraction.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we should do this just us?
I think we should let the rest of the group decide that.
Listen, I think it's okay to do it as just you, as long as we agrees that we all gain experience.
Well, that's the way it's been anyway, hasn't it?
Otherwise,
No.
we're totally.
Oh.
You kill it, it's yours.
Eh.
Yeah.
I mean, who wants the XP?
I mean, Natus and Dominicus are gonna get the ogre experience all to themselves.
Oh. Well, then it's only fair for us all to be involved, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to jump in regardless because one extra combatant can't hurt that much. And I still have almost half my health left.
I was gonna say you should at least take the healer with you.
He's
For
not got any
sure.
spells.
Yeah.
Are you out of spells?
Yeah, I've been out. We only had
Oh
a short
shoot!
Can we pop some cherries before we start? Or I'll give some to Natus since he's the only one who's lost HP.
That's hot.
Have we got another flask use as well?
I don't think
got
so.
One more, because I don't think we used it since we charged it.
Oh, then I'll give it to Natus again.
I cast Mending on myself a few times because it's a cantrip. Wait, hold on. I think that one actually takes.
Or it's better than nothing.
It takes
And a
1
good
minute.
berry?
So you've
1 minute.
had tons of time to do that.
Okay, so I can technically just say that I used them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I'll give you 2 berries, so you're just at 35.
So who's all volunteering for this?
My comrades, whoever wishes to join, come down with me.
No,
Just
it
to
won't be
clarify-
here.
They won't?
No. Won't be in the arena.
I thought it was named the arena. Oh wait, named the arena.
That sounds sinister.
You're not. Yeah, Vitari will join.
Hey, it's only the beginning of our adventure, so therefore we haven't lost much time and effort. If we die.
Meanwhile, we could have Prisma, while everyone else is distracted watching the fight, rescue the prisoners.
Could.
I can
yeah.
do that. I can try.
You can Bill Nye the Science Guy.
I guess that means I gotta sit this one out then.
Oh, you can rescue them real fast. And then join. And then we will be like, well, you only joined for like the last 1 or 2 turns, so you get nothing.
We should do that like
Regret.
honorable. So if we declare how many fighters we have, we should stick to that. So they can't say we cheated.
Well, they count us as one already, right?
Yeah, you made that clear.
And I'm luggage. I hope that flies.
If you start
What?
moving and start trying to help, then you will be counted. But
Yeah, I
My
haven't
brother is
started
trying
moving.
to sing right now, and it is terrible.
So I'm hoping someone could pick me up on the way. Because, you know, when the whole thing happened without Prisma and everything, I kind of just sat on my butt. So I've been inactive for a while.
I mean, I'm nearby, and I can probably carry him under my arm.
Alrighty.
And Prisma could announce it as like the summoning spell.
Are any of the NPCs gonna join? Or are they sitting out?
if
Like
you
Varus
want them,
and
they'll join.
Yeah.
Let Varsum and his dad sit it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Varsum's more a man than his dad. The only thing his dad has on him is clearly he ain't a virgin. I think.
Anyway.
What?
Yeah, we'll leave Varus and his dad there.
Do you have any terms for this fight?
Such as? Can I get an example? What you're looking for here?
Like,
The
winner gets
princess.
this, loser gets this.
Oh, well, winner gets their
Winner gets safe
freedom.
passage out of the mountain to the next town.
Oh,
With
And the prisoner.
With
What
the
about the
Yeah,
princess?
yeah, with the prisoners.
Oh, we could also want information on the princess, yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
So
they
use
will.
your iggy goo 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 language to convey that.
They will grant a desire to everyone who participated, even if they happen to grow animated after the, even the summons.
No, you're doing the whole thing. You don't get one per person. So
Is it only one term, or like we get some
terms,
sub terms? Oh,
terms.
Okay.
You
Is
say
it a
what
term?
all you want, and then whenever you meet their hero, whenever you meet the Habdosra, he will give you his terms.
Is he
And-
just like a super buffed up goblin?
That'd be
Well,
fun.
Probably an ogre knowing our luck.
It's probably the princess. Imagine.
Prisma,
The princesses.
Prisma, you know, Hob is Hobgoblin.
Oh no. Not.
The Hob hero.
It's a hobgoblin.
Like Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I was actually just about to say the same thing. But yes, I know what hobgoblins are.
No pumpkin grenades.
No pumpkin bams.
Just rot maggot ones.
Probably.
Better not be hurling fucking grubs at us.
I don't mind.
So how many am I gonna tell them are fighting?
All of us.
Which is how many?
I guess if they'll tell us if we win, they give us the
Um,
prisoners. We don't need you to leave.
I don't never remember how many NPCs we have. That's what makes it hard for me to say anything.
You have
And
5
actually, I can't-
NPCs.
Okay, so 3 NPCs and then all the player characters. Now someone else has to tell her that because my character wasn't. Oh wait, no, she did. She did.
But 2 of the NPCs aren't joining.
I know, but he asked how many there were.
That's why he said 3.
Yes, only 3 of the NPCs are joining.
How will I answer this question?
It's just
I misunderstood.
Okay, so let's see here. We've got the 3 NPCs plus Dominicus and Natus count as 1. So that's 4. Cornelius is 5. I'm 6. Sigismund is 7. Batari is 8.
Claire 8.
You were saying.
I guess it'll be 8 on 8.
You gotta shave down one because I'm going in as luggage and activating and maybe fight.
Yeah, but we want to be honorable. Like, this is a tradition. We don't want to, like, try and cheat them.
Oh,
You
yeah.
realize that all they have to do is just send in another one to
Or-
even the odds.
Shoot
Yeah,
us
but
all.
summons are a thing. You know?
Yeah, also you might piss them off because they're being nice and you're trying to cheat.
So
Summons are a
none
thing
of us are
and are
thinking
not
of that.
considered cheating in most worlds of D&D unless
None
they
of us are
explicitly
having
say
that
you
idea
can't summon.
because you can't relay that to us.
I mean, Cornelius picked me up. No one's going to consider me a summon, but as long as no one says, "Hey, you're not a summon." So
Cornelius
all
has
he has to
already
do is
picked you up, so he's taking you in there, so I'm counting you.
all he has to do is just toss me in, like toss me on the space next to him. Okay, toss is a strong word. Knowing we, he'd be like, "All right, now you take like 1d4 of damage for this."
So it's 8
He just
versus
throws.
8 versus 8?
8. Mm-hmm.
Whitney, you're a chimp.
I'm a
Alright.
chimp?
Alright. So, everyone gets to go, of course. Even the ones that aren't participating.
Then Prisma will say,
Aptothra!
Everyone cheers! They're like, yeah! They're dead now! But at least we get a good fight.
Well, they say we're dead now.
I guess we'll see.
They begin to kind of huddle around you with their small bodies. I mean, I think they're still considered medium, but, you know, they're still smaller.
not
Uh,
smaller.
Yeah, they're small. Never mind. So they're small and they're like rushing around you. Okrith is trying not to let them touch him because that could start some problems. But and Dimitri doesn't seem too happy to let them touch him, but he's going to go ahead and let them as they're just celebrating. They're pushing mugs in your hands and giving you ales and meads. One of them hands you a piece of jerky. Says, goat. Goat.
Who's he handed it to?
I'm guessing that means eat.
Just anybody. No, he's saying
Sausage.
goat. It's goat meat. Just dried goat jerky.
I'm gonna hand it to Vitari. He's just kind of pretending to eat it. He's like, oh yeah.
But
They're
yeah,
not
they
looking, and it tosses the ale behind him.
they're giving you a pretty good welcome. It's like 2 words, and that's all you had to do to change their entire tone. But yeah, hey,
Just make sure not to drink the soup.
they
I don't know
lead
who
you.
else poisoned that shit.
They lead you down the ramped corridors all the way to the top cave and in to a room that is not overlooking the Pennici Pass. And they lead you to a throne room.
Hi. Hey, there's a second throne next to him.
Oh yeah, I forgot to put. Sorry. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
My dog just tried mounting my cat. My cat bit his neck full force, but it didn't do anything because he has so much fluff. So funny.
Also, I should let you know that you have been seeing like female goblins as well. So they don't all look the exact same.
Like sexy ones?
You might think so. I don't know. To
Alright,
each their own.
depends on your-
To a goblin, I'm sure they're sexy.
Well, if you dig goblins, maybe there's a few sexy ones.
I mean, I've seen a couple pictures. The word short stack rings a bell.
Reminds me of the sexy gremlin out of Gremlins 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But
Greta.
you come in from the bottom and you see a female shaman sat beside a tall-ish, but slender hobgoblin boy. Ignore that it looks like a fully grown hobgoblin.
Was he like the prodigy that's being trained?
Well, there are no other hobgoblins in this goblin tribe.
This is their hero?
This hobgoblin looks to be about 14. Because hobgoblins age the same rate as humans do. He is shirtless with a set of baggy pants with a waist cape lined in bones with a skull as a belt buckle, basically. He has bright orange skin that in the torchlight kind of shimmers like glitter. And his fingers bend into what looks like born armor. Like he was born with it on his fingertips. And his orange skin at the fingertips turns blue. He steps up And Prisma, this is going to be only to you because you're the only one that can speak it. I've heard you wish to challenge me.
Um. Um. I say back, yes.
And what are your terms for this fight?
If we win, we want safe passage through the Pennici Pass with our group, and your prisoners set free, and any information you have on a missing princess. Did I get that right? Was that all we wanted?
Well,
We
they
don't
wouldn't know what you said.
I feel like she would have switched the comment up.
Yeah,
just-
that's what I do. That's what I'm asking. I'm like,
Did I get that right?
That's
Yeah.
that they didn't understand the goblin you just told to the guy. So they don't know if you said everything.
I mean, we should probably request that the prisoners come with us, because if we just say release them, that could result in misunderstanding.
Yeah, the prisoners go with us, and we get free passage through without being bothered by any more
You gotta
goblins.
say it in your Ooga Booga language.
We don't
You
have to
guys
do
en-
that if you don't want to.
you guys enjoy me doing that.
It's amazing. You get the inspiration next week for sure, man.
Oh yeah, who has it this week?
I don't know.
Wheat remembered so much earlier. He knows.
Okay, so
It's everybody else that gets a vote. I don't vote on that.
No, you remembered that we weren't remembering.
I didn't remember until you said something about it.
Oh, okay. So,
All right, so you do say that then.
let's see. Yes.
That is a heavy price for me and my people. Then our terms will be that you will be added to the soup or sold into slavery, should you lose.
isn't that what would happen
That
naturally?
seems about what would happen anyway, so.
Yeah.
He says we'll be put into the soup or sold into slavery if we lose. Alright, are we good with that?
The women,
I mean,
however,
we're probably too dead to care.
Oh, wait, he's not done.
the women, however, will live as playthings for the other goblins.
Does that include me?
Yes.
Christmas not a toy, though.
I mean, I
And-
feel like you'd probably be the funnest one. I mean,
What else are they saying?
Haven't you seen the Tinkerbell pictures?
like to them, you're probably the tightest one.
But I'm the only girl here.
He said women.
You did say
All right.
Oh,
We
he
are
picked
the
the
only
orange
girl.
girl.
that. Yeah.
He said all the women will be used as playthings.
Oh, the women.
Well, that sucks for you. I wish I had a character that could say that.
Oh, women. It's only talking about the prisoners.
There were no women conscripted except for
So it's like,
except for Prisma because she was an adventurer instead of a civilian.
I'm like,
But I'm the only girl here.
He looks confused.
Yum,
He
yum.
says, "What about her?"
Who is her?
He thinks you're a girl, maybe.
I'm not.
head no.
Okrith is laughing. He looks shocked by this and says, well, you and he will be used as playthings.
Oh god.
He's still gonna be a plaything.
Alright. Well, if I was sold into slavery, I guess it would happen anyway.
If he can't find a hole, he'll make one.
We
If he
agree to
can't
these
find a
terms.
second one, he'll make another one.
Let's hope if we lose, I die in the fight.
I'll just commit suicide if we lose. It's okay.
Now,
She does have poison.
put forth your combatants.
Dominicus and Natus step forward first.
Ah, the champions we've heard about.
Are we sure we're really going to need all of us against this one hobgoblin when he's only 14? But then again, that's probably me just underestimating him. And then he's like super strong.
I think he's part dragon.
What? Yeah, we need all of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
He is
Where are
their
you
hero.
lining?
Cornelius shall step forward.
Which just brings his doll along.
Dimitri steps forward proudly. And I'll put Okrith over here since everybody's kind of going that way a little bit more. He'll be that far away from people.
Well,
It's just a
let's
skid
start
mark on the
between
floor
them
behind.
two. Very meekly. step
And I will
forward.
put... Hold on. They're not going to step up because you've already told them not to. But they will still be on here.
They want to watch.
I mean, yeah, you're all here.
Their fates are sealed with us, I would say. So even though they're not taking part, they would still be put in the suit maybe if we lose.
Probably gonna be, yeah.
Maybe.
But at least they don't have to deal with the stress of, fighting.
I think Barsum's dad is stressed out either way.
Yeah.
He's pretty stressed. But he looks at you and says, "Is this all?"
There's
Aye.
eight of us. Yes.
He claps his hands. And a number of goblins come from the sides with cushions and
Cushions?
placemats where they
Oh.
place food in front of you.
Huh?
Then we shall begin with our traditional dance. He allows you to sit and watch as the procession continues.
Huh.
Like a luau?
I think this is
Sure.
like a
Oh,
it's like a meal before the duel takes place. I guess.
I assume the hobgoblin won't feel fulfilled unless we're like fully rested, right? So maybe that's what this is.
Not only that, this is part of the tradition where he shows his war dance. This is a celebration. The fact that you were able to get to him. This, whether he loses and dies in this battle, he is a hero. Because there is nothing more noble than dying to great warriors for him.
I guess to all
Prisma,
of
you
these
would
guys.
be able to explain this. Which, I would make you roll history if you didn't have goblins as your preferred, your favorite enemy, by the way.
Yay me.
Would it be an insult to not kill him?
He may think that way, but you wouldn't actually know. But yes, he starts his dance as the goblins around begin pounding on drums and playing woodwind instruments. He slaps his chest, stomps the ground, makes these weird, really fluid, twisting movements with his arms. And soon, more goblins join in, dancing in time with him, which would be his 7 fighters that fight with him. Which would be like 1, a 2, a 3, a 1, a 2, a 3, 4. This dance goes on for a while, and you can see all of the goblins are working up a sweat. And it ends with a stomp on the ground once more and a clap above their heads. And you can feel the ground rumble on that final stomp. He looks over and then waves for another couple of goblins to bring some more cushions and meals. And all of them walk up and sit across from you. I accidentally put that one too far over.
I love this guy.
This is cool.
And now,
A
we
celebration
shall
of
feast
war.
together.
Ooh.
And this feast will last, at very least, 2 hours. At very least. It could actually last all night, if you wish.
What if we don't even fight him? We just like end up becoming friends with the goblins, and then like we're drinking bros, and we're like, "I love you, man. You're the best."
The greatest way to honor your friend is a duel.
Stop attacking me, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we'd have to fight them to become friends with them.
Huh. So then that means we're able to get a long rest.
Yeah. Technically, if you
Wow.
want to.
Yes, please.
Try
I've not got
Hey.
anything nice.
You know what I'm thinking? Do you get rages back?
I'm just checking.
Yes, he would get rages back.
Yes.
Yeah, his rabies back.
All right, we'll be fine.
In fact, you can talk amongst yourselves or to the Habdosra or any of his goblin pals throughout this this rest.
I don't think we're gonna have much of a conversation.
Once the party is over, though, you can go until you just, like, everyone passes out. But once the party is over, the fight will take place within like 30 minutes of that.
Go until everyone passes out.
And then you would all get your long rest after everyone passes out.
Let's
Prisma.
aim for that.
Huh?
Ask Mr. Hobgoblin if he knows how to play chess. Bless you.
Is that Goblin language?
It probably
Yes.
is.
It is. She used the Ooga Booga.
My friend wants to know if you can play chess.
I've never played it before.
He's never played before.
And if you want to get real technical, 8v8 is the back row with both sides and chest. We have 2 bishops, 1 rook, and Prisma's queen because there is no other female. Hey man, I get no Vitari's bishop.
That means that I'm the best piece on the board.
I'm gonna teach him how to play chess in this long rest, this feast, while we feast.
I'm in my low power state.
While Prisma is translating, of course.
All right.
Cornelius will rest and eat.
And would you like to actually play a game of chess? Because I don't want to.
No.
I don't feel
you
like
lose,
losing
yeah.
at the moment right now.
You're like, I already played that stream with you where I lost like 30 times in a row. I'm good.
Come on, what's 31 more?
And this is dragon chess.
Is
You know,
it different?
I could imagine it's an upgrade, like the Star Wars chess.
Oh, like the pieces are cooler than just the regular pieces?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a wizard's chess.
But he seems to kind of understand. Like trying to explain it as a tactical-esque war game. He seems wise beyond his years. Like there should be no way that this kid is 14. I'll roll him an intelligence, but
Aha, he's got a 4. I
yeah,
understand.
he's
Got too much drinks.
you can tell that he's way smarter than a 14-year-old should be, especially a tribal person. With a little less emphasis on book learning, but it seems like he has the potential to pick it up, but he's just not getting it.
I mean, someone teaching you something, would that not give you advantage?
Well, also the having to go through a translator for everything probably would even that out again. But while you're teaching, are you talking about anything, or?
Not really.
I mean, he
I'm
does
just-
seem completely enraptured by this.
Well, I'm enraptured in teaching him how to play chess because we're basically playing a game about war, and then we're gonna have a war right after, right?
Not necessarily a war, but
Well,
a
not
big
war,
old
but,
row.
Yeah, you get what I mean.
Mortal Kombat!
It's like one of those times in a show when they show like a minor version of the fight that's to come in like a a small way.
Ah, you mean that artsy fartsy technique of like whenever a piece is moved on the thing, they have no, you probably don't mean that.
Falcor, I'm gonna beat you up.
But
Why are you abusing a dog?
Because he's biting me. He's attacking me.
I feel like it's his fault at that point.
I can't really say anything, but I'm racking my brain about what we could talk about. But the only thing that comes to mind is that guy that was running away from the goblins at the beginning that like drew all the aggro on us. Maybe you could find out what he was running from.
Well, Prisma's gonna be stuck translating. She's gonna at least be munching on candy while she does it.
Oh,
and that
You're
would
gonna get
also make
diabetes.
things with disadvantage because you got a mouthful of candy.
so she's like,
I
That's funny.
mean, Igugadiba.
Distraction.
Yes.
Since Natus was such a good boy and we killed that ogre in literally one turn, he gets 2 apples.
Oh wow. Like he just munched. He's not even hungry because he's had 3 good berries, but he will munch them and delight in it.
This is why I keep you around, giant cat.
The
Got a lot of
hob,
apples.
the hob will look toward this strange beast and say, "What is that?"
A battle steed of rampage and destruction. And likes apples.
I say, with the utmost determination, thou is the goodest of boys. And I smirk.
My ear flinches.
While you're munching.
Yeah.
He seems to be very interested in Natus.
Let him ride me.
He doesn't seem to want to do that,
Okay.
but he's looking you in
licking
the
his lips?
eyes. And he gets a little bit closer. Not in a threatening way. And no offense to your chess game, but something has caught his eye, and he begs your pardon for one moment. He looks eye to eye with Natus. You can see something shimmering. A little knowing.
Knowing.
And although you can't
No.
understand him, he says to you, "You are like me."
I can't understand him, but can I still tilt my head like I'm listening?
Of course you can.
You eat apples like me.
And he says, "I hope you find your path one day, should you survive our fight."
Do what?
Is Prisma translating this, or is she?
I
in,
don't
like,
know if
awe
she
of
is. I'm just saying he can't understand, but Prisma can, so I'm just gonna talk in common.
I'm translating, yeah.
Of course.
He, without even trying to kind of, hold you down, like with it. He's not going to try to animal handling, is what I'm saying. but he is going to reach out his hand and place it on your snoot.
Well, as a player, I totally like this guy, so Nadus will allow this. I'm actually like warm to it.
And you might even be able to... You might not understand what he's saying, but you might actually feel the sentiment a little bit.
Nice.
I mean, he doesn't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't understand anybody, but yeah, I definitely like his body language and yeah. So just for the party's record, I've already decided that I won't do harmful damage. It will be subdue damage.
Nah,
You won't
wait
know
until
that,
he
but I'm
hurts
just
you.
letting you know.
Wait until he hurts you and you go into rage.
Well, he's probably gonna go into rage from the get-go.
Yeah. It's like,
I could
if
still
you're
pull my
in
punches though.
Well, then
Mhm.
what's the point of calling it rage? That's like righteous fury.
You're right, actually.
Does your catchphrase override like your wanting to hold back attitude?
Yeah, because it says in battle you fight with primal ferocity. So for me to pull my punches, I'd probably not have to be in a rage. So, yep, you're right, Shadow.
It's just logic.
But after the slight pets and trying to convey something to you, he walks back to his spot and continues his game of chess.
What do we roll to see who wins?
Oh, you're gonna win. He hasn't. This is his first time playing this game. Even with you teaching him, you're gonna win.
Yeah, but what do we roll in case he does win? Like, what if I let him win?
It would be intelligence.
Oh.
But yeah, he just continues his game, attempting to figure this thing out. You know. Anything else?
Do we tell campfire stories?
You can.
I call this the campfire song.
Because I don't. I'm in low power state.
Vitari after finishing a meal that was given to him.
Also, I'll say right now, there was no human in it. Just in case.
I would hope not.
I didn't even think to ask.
Uh,
Probably should have.
just being polite, you know. I finished that meal, praying and hoping there were no people in it. And, you know, pull out some candles. He has.
Wait, if you're elven,
Wow.
that means when you eat people, you can see their memories.
I am not Elven.
Oh, never mind then.
Pull out some candles. They have little intricate designs on them. He pulls out 4, lights them, and pulls out a picture. Has a sketched up picture. Puts it between and just starts praying a little bit. Kind of quietly to himself.
Well,
He's doing that right now.
the boy notices you. And with curiosity, looks over, gestures to Prisma, says, "And what is he doing?"
Who?
Vitari.
What were you doing? Sorry, I wasn't paying.
Praying, woman!
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
She's at work right now.
No, I'm not at work.
I know you're not at work.
Might as well be.
Oh, I wouldn't be here. Sorry.
He's praying to his god.
Would he mind telling me? It can be through you, but I would like to know more.
It's a Varsamalamala.
Let me ask him. Hey, Vinny, he wants to know more about what you're praying about.
Oh. I am.
Maybe you should tell him about the light and stuff.
Well, in this case, I am praying, but kind of a way to share with my former mentor. So, kind of praying to them. Yeah, I'm still not sure myself how all this works.
I translate this.
Well, perhaps we might know something about it.
Free info.
He says he
got
might know something about it.
About just prayer? Or
Ancestors?
Ancestors.
Maybe we've eaten some, you don't know.
it's all just,
We know more than people think we do.
yeah. I was taught to pray to the light. That it would help and guide us. My mentor was the one who taught me that. But they were kind of the person who mostly guided me. So I'm just kind of praying to them for more guidance. In this case.
He looks to Prisma. Light? Guidance?
Yeah, that's his thing.
Well, I guess maybe that I can't help. It's not quite specific enough, I guess.
He says you're not being specific enough.
Well, I'm still trying to learn it myself, so maybe one day I'll figure out how to at least ask what I'm looking for.
But he's a
Know
bit
what
slow.
I'm looking for.
Ah. I understand. We have a few of those ourselves.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But
He says it's okay. They have stupid people too.
Okay. Alright.
but he will offer you something that they use for their rituals and such. And he brings forth a long pipe.
Alright.
And he holds it out in offering. Says, this may give him answers, should he wish to use it.
Ooh, the dreaming pipe.
I'd say I accept. Why not?
You take the pipe, and he says to Prisma, he must think in his mind, feel in his heart, touch with his soul, the knowledge that he wishes to gain. Ask, and perhaps his journey will show him.
Think with your heart, feel with your mind, and puff on that, and you'll get guidance.
Okay.
I think that's what I think that's all he said.
Yeah, I feel like he was
I
saying
forgot
more
halfway
than-
through.
On the pipe.
All right, so
All right.
you take a drag, do you?
Yeah.
A huff and a puff.
Is the peace pipe?
Take a good.
All right.
puff.
He's gonna huff, he's gonna puff, and he's gonna blow your house away.
Now, you don't quite feel anything for a little bit. He gestures, putting his fingers to his mouth. And kind of take one more kind of thing.
All right. Take one more.
He takes it from you after that one. Takes a puff himself.
You know,
Lets
after
it
the
go out of
poison's
his nose. Eyes closed. And Vitari, whenever he opens his eyes again, you can see this green mist coming from his eyes as they glow. He begins to twist and do those arm movements again, but not in a aggressive way like he was doing it before. He's still stomping, but it's gentle. The whole of the area loses its color and fades to black, and all you can see is this boy dancing. And his eyes seem to get bigger and bigger until you are pulled into them.
All right.
Is Vinny going on a trip right now?
Yes.
All right.
In your
Christmas-
mind, in your heart, in your soul, as I had said before, you see green. Wide swaths of green. And you can feel a breeze. It's warm and it smells like the flowers of Laseed. But there's something different about this. The area is bright. It's almost burning your eyes. You can look up and you see no ceiling. Just blue. And there's a big, looks like a drift globe in the sky, but it's too bright to be a drift globe. And you feel warmth. And then your senses come back to you. And the boy releases the smoke from his mouth. And you were just sitting there.
They've just been sitting there the whole time while this has been going on?
Yeah.
Prisma's just looking up at you like,
Whoa! What'd you see? You look like you're all chipped out.
Yeah, this was not magical. Well, I guess it's as magical as peyote and Young Guns.
Yeah. Okay.
Man, I felt all that. That was brilliant, Wheaton.
That was
I
cool.
had goosebumps through the whole thing.
I feel like some
Yeah.
psychedelic music should be playing during that part.
And he looks to you and says, "Did you find guidance?"
I think so.
What'd you see?
Sun. I think I saw the sun.
The sun?
Okrith kind of laughs. The sun.
Sun. It was
Hey,
bright
don't laugh.
and
The
warm.
sun is real.
Sun isn't real. Have you ever seen it?
Yes.
Just now.
Not on some drug trip.
I've seen it from my plane. It's real there.
Have you seen it here?
No.
Well, neither has anyone else.
Well, that doesn't mean it's not real. You don't see air, but you know it exists.
What's air? Like he doesn't
You don't
actually.
see
He actually doesn't know.
You don't see stinky, but you know it exists. If you don't know what stinky is, come smell my finger. I wish I was an asshole character so I could say these things.
You're saying them anyway.
I know, but I want to say the main character, too. I want everyone to bask in my asshole. Wait.
That's
That sounds
gross.
wrong. That sounds wrong.
My consent first.
It's like I do not consent to that.
I'll go horn first.
Anyway, so yeah, he saw the sun. Cool.
Sun.
But yeah, he's just chilling. And yeah, that wasn't the oracle pipe if anybody was expecting that.
At first I was.
It's Oracle Pipe 2.
2.0.
He'll look back at Prisma once more. And he'll say, "You asked for something peculiar in your terms.
Which was?
Something about a princess.
Uh-huh. There's a princess who's been kidnapped, and she was last spotted going through this pass. That's why our army's here. We're looking for her.
Army.
You mean to tell me that this is an invasion?
No, it's not an invasion. We're just looking for the princess. It's a search party. Search and rescue party, really.
You encroached on our lands, breaking our non-aggression agreement for a princess.
They threatened to throw gut
We
worms
didn't
at us.
technically want to.
Prisma didn't know anything about it. We were all led here by some guy in a red cape. He's the one who told us to go through here.
He looks to the side, trying to see if he remembers anything about this. The blade?
Yeah.
He looks not necessarily frightened. Shocked and excited, I would say, would be the closest to these. I wouldn't mind fighting a blade. And he just kind of ponders before looking back to you and saying, "But we've heard nothing of a kidnapping."
So you don't know if a princess has gone through here?
The only person that we've seen was someone that came in and decided to make trouble, only to run away.
Wait a minute, that sounds like that weird guy that we saw. We saw a guy come from where you guys came from. And he just took off running. What did he look like?
He had kind of stringy hair, but he wore a mask reminiscent to one of our war masks. But it was different. It had not the same details. There was a singular X through the middle of the eyes.
That's the guy that we saw, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yep, that was him.
He came in here, began throwing knives at us, and then just left.
Oh, so that's why all the goblins suddenly came.
We wouldn't have even noticed your army had he not done that.
So somebody purposely made you cross paths with us. Perhaps to stop us. Maybe we were on the right trail to the princess.
You can see he begins to play with a stone on the ground. Begins squeezing it. Like he is not happy about being used.
Where are you going? Alright.
And whenever he releases his grip, dust falls from it.
You know, we don't have to really go through with this fight, you know. I can offer you something else.
I'll give you my candy.
If you let us pass through, we can find that guy and maybe bring him back so you can take care of him yourself.
Actually, that's not a bad deal.
He looks up at you, and his eyes are wide. Are you saying that you wish to back out of our fight?
Not anymore. It was an offering.
He lightens up once again and says, "I'm glad that you have decided not to do that, as that would have been a grave insult towards me and my clan."
I don't want to do that.
We were having such a good time. I apologize if I've darkened the mood.
It's okay, none taken. Candy?
I do not know what that is.
Also,
You
can I
don't
have
know
a hair in your beard?
Yeah, whenever you speak and you say candy, it's in common.
Oh god, she's offering him candy again.
You can't seem to think of a word for candy in Goblin.
Candy.
Try sweet.
So every now and then the guys are just hearing,
Candy, Uga, candy. Oh, look, I got candy.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe she should try sweets.
Here, try my special candy. And I pull out a sugar blossom.
God, that's just
He will
awkward to
take it.
imagine.
Without fear. He kind of rolls it around in between his fingers. Just kind of looking at it. He holds it up to the light. And you can see him tilting it back and forth. Like he doesn't really know what to do with it, but you can tell that he's enjoying himself.
You put it in your mouth
You
and
put it
slide
in your
down your
mouth.
throat hole.
And you eat it. Well, actually, you're supposed to suck on this one. This is a candy that you put in your mouth and you suck on it for a little while.
You eat gems?
This isn't a gem, it's candy. It's made of sugar.
He'll say candy. And he'll stick it in his mouth. You see his eyes widen. And he just kind of begins to smile. But he's not wanting to open his mouth. For fear of it, like, trying to run away, maybe.
Good, huh?
He shakes his head up and down.
Nobody can resist the power of a sugar blossom.
All right, while he's sucking on that, anybody else got anything they want to say?
I wish. Everything I can
keep
say
playing.
should not be let out into the world. It just shouldn't be let out.
He's still been playing chess with you, if that was what you were asking.
No, like the session.
What about it?
How much longer are we gonna go for?
We can end whenever you guys want to. Probably not going to get to the fight before then because, you know.
But do we get to the experience?
Can we end the feast and then stop the session? Would that be okay?
Well, we can end the session before you end the feast if you want. Because
But do we get
that'll
to know the
also give you guys like a week to think of any possible questions you might have for this kid.
Alright.
This,
Actually, that's a really good idea.
We did get to have a nice long session today. That was about the normal time we go.
Because I don't know about you. I mean, I probably totally didn't doze off. 'Cause it's really hot where I'm living, so I'm extra cozy.
You're a hot person.
But yeah, we can
Living in the
end if
California
everybody's
summer, yeah, I'm pretty
if everybody's happy. He's just sucking on a sugar blossom. So
I'm
take
good with whatever.
that'll take a week for him to finish that sugar blossom, and then he'll be able to talk some more if you guys want to talk, or you could just end the feast and the party, which this music that I have playing is not proper for this.
No.
I just realized that I forgot that it was on.
Yeah, you've had it on like for the last several weeks.
I change to the battle music whenever you're in a battle. I'll try to find some actual like tribal ritual music. I actually didn't expect you guys to get this far because you guys have been kind of slow the past couple weeks.
Yeah.
This
Why
week
don't you
we
just
go.
say what you really feel?
You haven't been pushing the story very fast and enjoying taking it slow. That's how I feel.
Oh,
There you go.
no, that was the saying, not the request.
Oh, well, today it seemed like you guys pushed the story a little bit faster. Is all I was saying.
I mean, granted, when you're charging through lines of goblins and trying not to get murdered, things tend to happen pretty fast.
Especially with the cauldron, that was real smart of you guys. Because that took a lot of heat off of most of you. Because that was going to be an actual whole ordeal.
So then the question becomes, do we get to know how much we will gain for the experience?
What do you mean? For Sheotath and the last thing?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Because this is counting as a long rest.
Okay. So how much is that?
You get 766 each.
Okay.
There you go. But anyway, that's going to be it for tonight.
Woohoo!
And thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And I hope you all have a good night. And until next time, on Dungeons and WheatTons.
Outro song.